Hey guys, welcome back, and this is the final weekend for the 1.0 development for I Am Legion. My name is Jason, the creator of I Am Legion for Dying Light 1 and 2, and today I will be trying to finish up the 1.0 release. And if that doesn't work, then I'll be doing this again tomorrow. But I'm really hoping to make a lot of progress. There's several things that I need to start chipping away at today. Basically, the big focus today will be trying to make sure that the difficulty settings that I'm trying to get in there start to pop up, and trying to get in that easy, medium, and hard difficulty settings, which can be a challenge. Is pretty much going line by line in a lot of the different scripts. I'm also trying to update the configuration files. There's been a lot of changes. I still have to do final documentation, so more than likely a lot of that final documentation will be done on Sunday, and so a lot of the core modding should be done today, and a lot of the release files, videos, pictures, all that good stuff hopefully will come in tomorrow. So big objectives for today. I want to continue to test out the AI inside the system. I've been doing a lot of enhancements to the different AI detection systems and reaction systems from the different AI, trying to change the volatile. So I've got the volatile to where he's actually combing the city at night. He is supposed to change his walking type as he goes, kind of thing. But I've been having some difficulty changing up their pathing, so I'm going to continue to work on that, and I'll be crawling through. So I'll try to be talking about what I'm working on while I'm working on it, and I'll also be trying to talk to people inside the Discord as well. So it's going to be kind of a busy thing here, but I'm really looking forward to hearing from you guys and getting this mod finally released. Thank you guys so much. Thank you again for my Patreon supporters for taking the time to subscribe and to also donate to my work. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me, and I'm looking forward to getting to that content beyond this mod afterwards that will make that Patreon feel more meaningful. So thank you guys again so much. So let's go ahead and dive in. Let me go ahead and again, like normal in my videos. So to the right, we have our actual release. So this is where the main executable, or where the data files need to go. Over here to the left and the top, I have had my bare bones extracted files. Down below that, I have my mod, and then I've got Steam kind of hovering around in the background, so he'll be popping in and out. So let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to go ahead and focus. Well, first let me actually go ahead and get Discord going, so that Discord is also sharing. Make sure to set this up so I can keep an eye on all the different systems here. Projector output. Great. All the different systems here. There's quite a few at this point. I think I could probably minimize that one and probably bring up this one. So hopefully this will get me seeing everybody's comments as we're going here. Go ahead and say share screen, projector, go live. Okay, so we are now live on Discord. We are now live on YouTube, and I'm going to start crawling. So, first things first, I have been working on the biter movement system, and I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. I need to do some testing really quick to confirm that is all going as expected. I also probably need to just go ahead and start pushing out my updates here. Had quite a few changes that I've not taken the time to push out quite as much as I needed to here. So let's go ahead and do that. So say updates to AI realism, Hunter, Banshee fix. And then we fixed the actual reinforcements files. So If there's an explosion or loud noise, this allows people or allows enemies to come in to the environment. This was broken due to the config, so another one of those files that you don't really know why it's messed up. You just find out later, like it's messed up. Fun. Um, Let me go ahead and do an announcement on here so people know that I'm streaming in case they want to watch. Get that out. And so basically with the config file, one of the challenges is that you don't really know which files, so it's like a timing issue. So there's a small timing issue in the game where basically when you're injecting these different things into the system, it's really hard to know what is actually going through and what's not. I mean, it'll work, but what happens is over a period of time, if those calls aren't happening at the rate that they need to, people will start to report more bugs or errors or whatever. So I've had to dial back on some of the config files. So that's been a disappointment. But one of the files that was affected by this was if there was an explosion, it would call reinforcements. Enemy zombies would show up. My ambush system for the humans, to where if they rang the reinforcements, they would get a large number of reinforcements, and then also the custom zombies when a chase began. So those should now be fixed. Let's see, reinforcement fix for chase, bandits, and explosions, and then crash sound bug. And there was a reported glitch with the audio and then also with like crashing. This one was really interesting because based on what I found it to be, I feel like it should have never launched. Like I feel like it should have crashed the entire system. Mainly, that would have been nice, so I knew that that was still a problem. Uh, but it really did just not. Um, it just didn't crash at all. So it basically just didn't fill in certain spawn areas, just didn't work, kind of thing. And thankfully, one of the members on the Discord let me know that that was a problem, and so luckily that was able to get that fixed. But it's little things like that that you just never know um, really why or what is going on until you pull those crash logs. So if you're lucky enough to get a crash, then the crash logs will show you what crashed and why, and they actually did a really good job with the crash log. But if you're not getting a crash, then it's kind of hard to know what went wrong and why. So I'm gonna go ahead and crack a window here. Some other updates. So basically, I was trying to set up like a reshade for this mod and that kind of thing. What I ended up doing was turning to the internal engine so that it was not based on the reshade, as they can be kind of overbearing for certain slower systems. But then also, I found a way to do some of it within the editor, so I took the time to go ahead and set that up. So you can see here we have our howlers moving around. We have our volatiles out hunting the night for us here. That's an interesting one. Either that was a different one that's coming after me now. So I'm not sure if that's the same one or if that's a different one. Essentially, one glitch there with the movement system. I think it's a timing with my movement system. I think the movement system is having them move and then not turning off. Yeah. So they are moving. The problem is that it's where it's currently in the system, it's currently not allowing them to actually stop moving long enough to do what else they need to do. So let's go ahead and start there. Fix that bug really quick. Let's see. So start with volatile. Let's go in here. I've cleaned up my notepad, so there should be. Oh, well, actually, it looks like it didn't actually clean up. Right. Cancel. It must have stopped when I did it earlier. It must have gone up to that one. Let me go ahead and keep trying to close this out and say no. Yeah, so that way we have a nice clean slate here. So basically with a move, simple. So I think what we need to do is probably go down here and say, so let's go check out this viral search really quick. So each one of these different AIs kind of has a different system. The various ones have been completed, certain ones have been disabled, and so it's kind of hard to know as you go through. And so basically, I'm trying to write an overarching system to get these guys moving and exploring and that kind of thing. And one of the problems with that is that if each one has their own way of moving them through the world, then you don't actually know. So like this one is using a viral search. So this is for their check. So they're using the same system as the viral. So this is an example of where, instead of writing a unique solution for each one, they're just using like essentially a generalized pool. If you wanted to go in here and make this a little bit more unique to the different characters, this is where you basically would go in here and change this. But basically, because they're not spawning these guys at night, the changes is that basically they're coming out only when chase has started. So chase will start and then they just come after you. Now that I've got a system to where they're actually spawning onto the map, the reason that they're just standing there is because a chase hasn't started. When a chase does start, they'll all start to move towards you. So what I'm trying to do here is change the system to where first they start walking and they're moving around the map, and then this additional system comes in and says, okay, also, if you're in the progress of doing these other things, also do this other stuff. So I'm going to move that in the tree here and see if that helps. And then all this other code should be pretty straightforward. One of the things that I tried to change here is making them, let's see, so that code didn't work for me yesterday, so I think I pulled that out for changing their stance. Let me go try to pull that back in really quick. No, it's in the move simple. So in the move file, because I don't know if they're actually getting to the move simple. So in this random walk, let's go up here and say, let's do like that, so that it should transition. And then we've moved their tree. We've cleaned that up. So let's go in here now and dump back in, and we'll just pull it back up and test and see what we get. So that was that one, and then I launched to try to check out the zombies. Didn't even get to the zombies yet. So that's usually how I found with the AI, is that you go in there to try to fix one thing and you find other things, and so you get pulled into the other one. So, but I'm really trying to take time to go through and clean up the AI system to be able to change some of those files to where they're more realistic. And so we'll zombies are kind of shuffling around down there. We've got the howlers moving. Got, I think, a volatile somewhere. That or it's a spitter. One. See what they're doing down there. Spitters noticing me. Volatile looks like he's investigating. It's not good. So it looks like they can now move towards me, do their attacks. do their attacks, climb down, move around. The challenge is I don't know if I saw them really like searching the map. They definitely came searching for me, but that's more of the point of interest code. Yeah, yeah. So let's go ahead and revive at dawn. I need to take a look at those guys, but probably with a better weather setting so I can see them a little bit better. It's a little hard to look at that. That's where it's still doing cleanup from where I died previously. Let's actually just exit out to the other side here so that way make sure we get a clean example. Sucks. So the current, basically, I figured out how to do the Romero zombies, and the current hope is that I can go through and oof, here's a daytime zombie. He came out trying to attack and then ran back in. Get her in there as well. What I do like is that the system is a ooh, the attack. So and that's what I've been trying to look at as well. So I guess I'll test this out a little bit more because that's something that I'm going to try to look at. Essentially, the goal here is that I want them to run out, I want them to attack, and then I want them to go back in, so that you have a higher probability that they're going to come out, try to attack the player, and then go back. And so let's see if I can get him to come back out here. Got the viral. Technically, this should also be waking up the. So he runs out, he sees me, and then he goes back. So the code is working to where it's able to find me once he's on the inside. He's able to detect that I'm out here, but the challenge is that with the UV, what I need to do is go and say react the UV. So let's dive back in, and we'll keep one of these files at the utmost layer so it's easier to drag in, drag, drop. Let's see, behavior. We go down to the volatiles. I think we're gonna have to bring in more volatile codes. So let's go down to like I wonder if I could get them to like, for example, I wonder if I could make them like spit from the insides of the houses, kind of thing. So if they're inside environments and they have a line of sight kind of thing, they could actually start attacking you. I think the challenge is that there is no, maybe there is, escape from sunlight. Let me go in here and look at basically let's look at the common update first, which is mainly viral code. Let's also open escape the sunlight so that we can say, okay, sunlight reaction is night ending, is in dark zone. So if they're in a dark zone, then do this, which technically, so that's where I need to expand their code and say, if I'm in a dark zone, start doing these behaviors. So let's go ahead and say like prolonged UV behavior. Your wave target is still in the light. Okay. So I think basically what we need to do here is we need to say, here's their update. So they're looking to so like here's an example. So basically they have written in the code to where only one of these guys can attack at a time as far as like the range. So like you can't have multiple zombies spitting at you. I hate stuff like that, but at the same time, like I feel like this would only apply if you were doing like a casual survivor and you didn't have spitters out there and you did want like a really intense chase. You could have multiple viral shooting at the player. I think the challenge is that like it's probably going to get really difficult. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of this. I'm going to grab one of these lines here. This is in general update tactics. I've already got that. I'm going to actually change melee limit up to 3, and I'm going to actually change shoot range limit to 2. So that's when they're rushing by default. So this is going to be the default ones out in the environment. If it's not a chase kind of thing, I think I'm also doing the same here, and let's just test and see what kind of results we get. So there's their tactics. So they're running around. They're they're searching. That's for rushing. Common update says they need to update to check if there's a chase, and then they need to also update with tactics, and then also I didn't actually see this one before. It basically says something like if the player is using nitro. So if the player is using nitro sprinting, so if they're using their special ability, then rush to that location but move slower. But then it also has a condition that says run fast. So it's interesting. I wonder if they're essentially just calling a reset on the like what their current stance is. It's basically saying like override that current stance and then do run kind of thing, or run fast. Also, they use the viral groan sound, which I was thinking about this earlier. Technically, if they're using, so like you have the virals, right? The virals are running around the city, they're making a lot of noise. They don't make as big a noise as the volatiles do, and I kind of hate that they have this code that's forcing them onto the same noise type, because now when you're looking at that, you're sitting there going like, okay, so they only have a limited range, and I can only dial up one at a time, kind of, or only one kind of thing. So if I dial up the virals, then the virals will make noise. That means the whole map will come down on me, like always, right? And a lot of people have mentioned stealth. Well, the thought here is that potentially I could go in here and do things. There's a couple of different things I could do. I could go in there and create a volatile groan, and then give it some of its own like special characteristics, so that they're also unique, which I like a little bit better. And then I could also go in here and make them screamers, technically, to where if they find you and they scream, it starts a chase. To be honest, it would be interesting to look at doing a flip to where the screamers make a large amount of noise that bring the map down on the player, but they're not the ones that start a chase. Volatiles are on the map searching for you and hunting, and if they scream, they start a chase. So that the screamers are down on the map, they'll bring in enemies around that area to your location. They'll start to make the map come towards you, which would include volatiles, but the volatiles are the ones that start the actual chase environment. I think that's creepier. And actually, now that I think about it, I'm not actually sure why the screamers. I mean, the screamers essentially become the scariest, not the scariest thing in the game, but they become the most like deadly thing in the game, right? Because they're the ones that bring the volatiles in. Hey, Vic, how's it going, man? How's your Saturday going?
It's going.
Good. Well, it's good. Hey, so I got a question for you.
Sure.
I just found some stuff, and I'm thinking about making some changes. So I'm working on the volatiles right now, and I would love your feedback. So currently, the paradigm is that they didn't spawn volatiles into the map at all. What they did is they have the chase concept. I personally have not been a huge fan of the chase, because if you're roaming around the map and it starts a chase, then you're pretty much, that's it. You got to get back to base, or that's it. So
Yeah, I noticed that.
so what I was thinking about is that they have the concept of the screamers out on the map, but what if the screamers just brought zombies in to your location? They actually just they create a large amount of noise in the area, which with my new code would bring down a good amount of the map. But the volatiles start the chase. So if they find you and they scream, then a chase begins.
See, that actually would make more sense.
Now, I mean, I'm thinking about it, and I'm sitting there going, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah, it definitely does. The screamers, they're just supposed to bring things into them.
Right.
They don't call them volatiles. They're essentially the supreme predator, so I
Right.
think they'd be able to contact each other.
Yeah, so that would be an interesting shift in like the chase, to where, for example, you make it to where the chase doesn't even spawn virals it spawns volatiles, so that volatiles, and maybe even make it to where they don't target you necessarily. It spawns them and they start coming into the area and looking for you. And so then you have an area now flooded with more volatiles, but the rest of the zombies are kind of on their own tier. You know, they're just doing their shuffling
Yes.
and climbing and that kind of thing. But the volatiles are the predators. They're the ones hunting the player.
Yeah, as they should have been at the start.
I kind of like that more.
Yeah, I think that the screamers should only bring in virals, the regular fighters, and then the other special effect of like to give that the left for dead vibe, you can have like demolishers and goons responding to as well.
Right.
However, and the volatiles be their own category. They only bring in more volatiles, but they're much more relentless in their pursuit and searching for you.
And yeah, so I like that. So screamers could bring in goons and things around the map and, you know, normal special zombies that are supposed to be out there, but the volatiles are then communicating with each other to pinpoint you and try to locate you and then slaughter you, kind of thing.
Yeah, sounds pretty good in my book.
I might try for that. Roland, I see your comment. Thank you on YouTube. And then as far as setting up a Boolean to change this, the challenge, I think the challenge here is that essentially, let me turn over to the noise data script. If it is something that's in the noise data script, I'm pretty sure that a chase is not initiated from the noise data script. But let me confirm that. So noise data is in AI. What am I doing here? It is in AI noise data. Noise data is in noise data. Right. Okay. So the screamer is the one currently that activates the activation. So the spawner activation flag, which I believe is what actually starts the chase. So this flag is what actually starts everything. To test that, and to make this a lot easier to just find out very quickly, let's just get rid of that really quick and launch. So I can confirm. I'm pretty sure that is the line, but I don't want to do a bunch of work and find out, oh yeah, it's kicking it off somewhere else. But if it is setting that up inside of the scripts, then yes, I can set all that to a Boolean. I can set all that to the configs. I can do more with that. If it's not calling it there, if it is indeed getting started by, say, the AI files, then it becomes more of a challenge with the formatting. I'm going to freeze for a second because it's going to load in.
Yeah, keep you up to date on everything.
I've really appreciated it, Vic. You've been a huge help for this process. I found the one for the Metro spawns. You mentioned the Metro spawns and a couple of Dark Zone spawns. Got that fixed, I think. The PK change with like all the PKs down to the bottom of the tower. I have to look at what I think is happening. Is that I put in some. It started as kind of a happy accident where I've got my preset weighted pools, and then I've got my actual always spawn pools of PK. And I think what's happened is that I think around that tower they put tons of spawns. So I think underneath that tower they've put more spawns than any other location. And so I think what's happened is that it's spawning on a weight, it's spawning the different. I should set to night real quick. Hang on. On a weight, it's going and spawning the. Let's piss him off real quick. Kill me. On a weight, it's spawning in the different zombies and that kind of thing. But then it's also always spawning in a large number of the PK. based on that always spawn code. So I think the challenge there is that the only way to change that technically is to either go to that area and make it to where it doesn't always spawn PK. Instead, it always spawns like bandits, so that for the city area, bandits start getting spawned in large groups. Or it's to try to write an encounter, but the problem is that the encounters are also spawned based on encounter spawns, and so those encounter spawns do it. Say again.
I said I noticed that the other day when I was looking at those files because I was looking for those advanced files that trigger at the end of the game, and I found some things relating to them, but I can't find the trigger for them.
Right.
And I noticed that the other events are all calculated the same way.
Exactly. And so that's the challenge, is that even if I pull out, so say I pull those files out to where it doesn't spawn the PK and I put bandits in there, then that will now flood the map pretty consistently with tons of bandits, which that could work out well if I can figure out all the region code to know which regions are getting bandits. I mean, that would actually make a lot of sense. But then I think if I decide to take out the actual always spawn code and leave it to just occasional spawn code with the preset weights, then you're going to end up with a whole mix of different. You're going to get like a ton of bandits down there fighting a ton of PK and a ton of zombies. So I can't really decide what the lesser evil is yet, because I can't force encounters to spawn in any one place in the map yet, because I don't have map editors,
Right. Which would be very convenient if you did.
That would save a lot of time.
Yeah, it would. The whole, that area, specifically that area, the reason why it's got so many spawn points, and it does have more than any other area, is because of certain story event. I'm not going to spoil it for you because I know you haven't done it, gotten to it yet, but it's because of that specific line of the story. Something happens there and it creates like a big infected horde in that whole area.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's been interesting running around the city though. Like every 10 seconds, every 10 feet, you have like everybody fighting everybody.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that so far? Do you like that mix, or do you want to, like, would you prefer more more bandits, more zombies?
I think it needs to be toned down just a smidge.
Okay.
Just a tad bit. Like where you're not going around every and seeing people just attacking. Like it feels like the city.
Yeah.
But it should be like maybe like half of what it is. Like you should see a lot of that, because obviously the whole game is backed around the fact that people are fighting each other. So obviously that needs to take place.
Sure.
So it is a nice change. It is a positive change. It's a little bit over the top right now, because it's like literally I can't go anywhere without seeing everybody on everybody.
Yeah. No, and that's easy to do. I need to just so one of the changes I'm going to do this weekend. So what sees me? Something sees me. Oh, it looks like a corruptor just spawned over there. I was trying to move, so I was playing around with the code, and I found where it's hard to tell. It looks like they've turned off a lot of the sunray code or logic that they had. And so I went in there and started messing around with it, and I've gotten, especially on the more foggy areas, I've been getting some like crazy amount of sun rays now with their engine. Which I don't know if people like sun rays as much as I do, but it probably needs to be toned down a little bit. But do what?
The tone for the weather, like what they advertised and what the final product was are like two different things.
Yeah.
If you watch the trailer, it's like all gritty and everything's dead. And it's like a really gray, like miserable vibe.
Yeah.
And then when you get to the actual game, like right off the start, like welcome to paradise, everything's all shiny and shit. And like, it's kind of mind-boggling.
Shit.
Not saying that it wasn't nice. It is a nice, like they have nice scenery and everything, but it's just like I was expecting like directly like opposite, like metro vibe type deal.
Yeah.
Good job on the weather, by the way. I've been liking the weather.
Thanks.
Very, very good work.
See, look at that. He just like
The only thing like was I think if there's a way to turn down the fog frequency
too much.
because like it's very frequent and like
Yeah.
I mean like almost every single morning there's fog for like 20-30 minutes of your gameplay.
Got it. Okay. Good to know.
It isn't wanted. Like I mean,
No.
so that would be a thing, but it's almost impossible to see.
No. See, it started a chase. I'll need to go and confirm. I mean, that goon showed right up.
I also found another spawn bug over by the flooded area of the map, the sunken city.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put a lot of infected spawning over there, but that part of the city doesn't open up until the very end of the game. So when they spawn in, if you go over there, they all spawn in basically dead because they all just drowned immediately.
Oh. You know, I wonder. Before, what I was trying to do is I was trying to change the health factor to make the health factor where they couldn't drown. But now that I think about it, it's probably under the drowned suiciders. Which,
yeah, they would definitely have it under them because that's the only thing that spawns over there until you've cleaned until you drain the city, that part of the city at the end of the game. They're the only ones that you actually see over in the water.
Sure. Well, you know, it's interesting. Their code is the shittiest out of all the different ones. They have like the least amount of code, and all of their code is like simple. It's go blow up, and that's it.
It's just a rehash of.
But what's interesting is I don't see any drowning specific code. And by the way, Roland, thank you so much for your feedback. I fully agree with you here. If I was going to make a major change to a core foundation like the chase system like that, I know from experience I would want to add the option for users to be able to go and actually be able to change those to where they can decide that for themselves. Just because, your mod can very easily go down a rabbit hole of only support that you like versus everybody else. So kind of the whole point of the 1.0 release is trying to set up more options and to make that easier. So what I'm actually doing, and what should actually be coming out here for 1.0, is actually the ability to use my pre-built versions of the mod, so that you can use the casual survivor, or ultimate survivor. And then I'm trying to put together a build your own version of it to where I've got it all under option files, so that you can just basically build it how you want to build it. So it's like, here's the base files, do you want runners? Do you want volatiles that hunt for you? Do you want all these different systems, so people can go decide for themselves if they want to take the time to mix those things together. And then for Grifter, thank you for your comment. For the volatiles and the banshees, is this where you've like gone to sleep? You were in the middle of like a chase, and then you've gone to sleep. You've woken up in the day, and now you're seeing them in the day, or is this as you're wandering through the city, you're seeing volatiles everywhere, you're seeing banshees everywhere? Hey, good. Thanks for joining on the Discord channel. I appreciate that, Roland. Thanks for adding that detail. Hey, it's I did more of this with Dying Light 1, where I kind of made it for me, and everybody else got to experience how I wanted it. Since then, I've changed a lot of those perspectives, and so it's now designing for others. So I will try to keep that as open-minded as possible. So none of that is locked in. Let me see here. Actually, while we're talking about it, say drown. Nope. We say water.
It could be one of those hidden things that they have.
Well, that's the thing, is all I could find was health, like a health for drowning. But that didn't work. When I turned that off, that didn't work. Because personally, I hate that. But like, for example, they don't have swimming animations. So if they all go in the water, they're just gonna stand like they would in the regular water. They won't even move slower, kind of thing, because they probably didn't code any of that.
The player animations for swimming into the infected AI.
Possibly. I think that would definitely need to be a post 1.0 feature for sure. But let's see. I'll come back to the suiciders just because a couple of people have asked me to make them better. They're like they're super basic at this point. Let me go ahead here and say for the volatiles, we were looking at the chase data. Let me switch focus again really quick. So for the noise data, and to confirm that this was fixed in the version that I just did, because I get talking to you guys, I have a good time, and I forget to double check that I actually scream. Yeah, so it's disabled here, but up in the comment, they have the flag. So it does have a flag up here that it's supposed to call that flag, I thought. I haven't reviewed basically the chase code's a dead end. But let me go in here and say, if we look at the screamers, we could say chase. I think it's actually handing it over in the screamer code. So send audio event, chase alarmed stopped. That's hopeful. So if we go in here and say find files. I'm guessing this is only going to show up here and then dead end. So yeah, that's it. All right. So chase alarm. So this is the problem I was having before, is that there is no concept of the chase system really in here. So they've got most of that tucked away somewhere. So here's screamer, alarm, scream. So in here, it exposes summoning. Yeah, I'm seeing your comments on this side, Roland. So basically, what I'm hoping is, and most of the time, I've given up on trying to write good readmes and that kind of thing. What the readmes do is help me. If someone asks a question and it's in the readme, I can then say, "Have you read the readme?" or "Please refer to the document first. Let me know if you have any questions." That's been a big help. But then YouTube videos have been a big help. Of just put the YouTube videos in there and hopefully they'll watch the YouTube videos, save a lot of time. So I'm going to do like a how to build your mod kind of VR, or not VR, sorry, explanation tutorial video. Grifter, as I'm going around the city, so banshees should spawn during the day. You should occasionally get banshees. They should be hunting you down. I've been hearing some reports that the day banshees have been acting kind of dumb lately. So I just put out a fix in the version 6. So there's a new version 6 update out that I just put out here today. I would recommend grabbing the version 6. And for the volatiles, I'm writing code right now to where the volatiles are essentially inside the buildings. So they are spawning in the dark zones. They're running out because they're sensing the player. They're hearing the player in there. Or they're hearing other NPCs. What I'm working on now is writing the code to where they'll run out, possibly attack, and then run back in kind of thing. So that they're not just running out and then running back in. And it's a battle of basically there is no limit to, like, for example, I can't make them only chase you inside the dark zone because that would that would be very, very difficult at this stage with the code that they have available. But what I can do is make it to where if they step into the sunlight, they have an immediate reaction. So they try to run out and then they start immediately burning and running back in. The challenge with that is that I want to make them do something. So I'm looking at things like that maybe they can spit at you or something like that from the building interiors until you step in and then they attack you. I'm still looking into it, but please let me know your feedback as we go. Hey, 4 Amplitude, thanks for joining, or I guess just Amplitude. Welcome to the channel, man. Let's see. Yeah, Roland, I absolutely feel you. So I've got, just so you're aware, Amplitude, I got like 2 streams going, people jumping in on different ones, so I'm kind of responding to everybody the best I can. But so for Roland on YouTube, you mentioned the reading thing. Like, you can't force people to read about the things, they just want it to work. So even getting people to manually install versus doing the Vortex, what are you going to do? So it's usually just a matter of trying to make that stuff accessible, and hopefully they'll follow either the video or pay attention. But yeah. And thanks, Grifter. Hopefully that works. Out of those options, so I mentioned things like volatile spitting at you as you walk by interiors, jumping out, attacking the player, and then running back in, or just immediately reacting to the sunlight and not going out into the sunlight. Out of those 3, do you have an opinion on which one you would rather see for yourself? And for you guys on the Discord, if you guys have any feedback. Absolutely.
I ran up to the volatile that was in one of the nests, and it immediately decided to turn around and run off to make the decision. Thus, your idea of having them jump out at you every now and then reminded me of that.
Yeah.
But also, I'm a fan of my immersion, so them avoiding the sunlight wherever possible speaks to me.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can make that. So right now they're kind of like they're stepping out of the building, and then I think I haven't seen where they have the code for sunlight. Like, what is sunlight? So I can't tell if that is just literally any area outside the dark zone. I think it is, because they actually have this code that says in order to activate the zombies inside the dark zone, you have to step into the dark zone. So I'm guessing they've actually got a barrier in between those doorways that says this is the dark zone, this is the outside. So I'm guessing right now it's on a timer. So they step out they start running towards you. Their timer runs out pretty quickly, probably. And then they have to recalculate where's my nearest redirect location. Where do I go to get back in the dark zone? So you have these volatiles that are jumping out the windows, running around in circles real quick, and jumping back in. And so that's what I'm trying to fix right now.
Yeah, that issue becomes a lot more noticeable. They don't actually have a way back into their dark zone.
Yeah. So maybe what I'll do is, so what I'm looking at right now, so seeing how I got more people on the line, I should probably not mention it as much until I figure out how to do it. But I am very curious about people's feedback and just seeing if people also agree that that would be pretty exciting. So the concept here was that right now we have spitters that are walking around the map, or not spitters, sorry, screamers that are walking around the map. If they spot you, then they scream and a chase starts. Cool. But originally they didn't design the volatiles to even spawn on the map until the chase began. Then they popped out of everywhere. So the new concept is, now that we have volatiles on the map that are actually running around, the idea is that the volatiles are the ones that actually start the chase code. The chase code is limited to other volatiles. So it's like volatiles are speaking, they're screaming to each other to swarm in on you, kind of thing. The zombies and other AI will react to it, so they'll also lock onto you, but they won't be like spawned into the map as heat-seeking missiles to come after you. It's more that they'll start shifting toward your position. And if you encounter a screamer will bring down the map on your location based on where they're at. And that's what would summon things like goons, demolishers, spitters. All the other zombies would be spawned by the screamers, and the volatiles would actually have their own class of chase, which is let's hunt down this guy and murder him.
Reminiscent of the first line.
Exactly. Which actually, I'm not really sure why they changed that. I'm not really sure where the spitter came into it, or not. I keep saying that, screamer versus spitter. Hey JG, thanks for joining the YouTube stream, and thanks for adding your feedback on there. And thanks, Grifter, for giving your feedback on there. I agree with you. I think as a fast pass, I'm going to try to start with upping or reducing their timer for stepping into daylight, and making it to where they immediately start suffering the consequences of jumping into the daylight. And let's just see what happens and if that helps keep them on the interiors. They have a state controller, which I've looked at the state controller before. Screamer, arm. It's got to be that they've got the definition of chase is just different in the code. That, or they've actually done a really good job of hiding all of the code for the chases. Here. Here. There's the bark logic. Which is for the audio. That's not doing it. This actually might be it. So I think I've seen it before where they have this summoning tool. So they've got like, but these usually relate directly to the, that's just for the summoning form. But what was it? It was in the inventory infected weapons. So if we go to infected, and then we say scream. Nope. Oh, it's in here. So I think they originally had a concept of one of these guys through spears. I was looking at that the other day, and I think they actually had it set up in here where one of these special infected was supposed to throw a spear at you. As I started crawling through the inventory code, all of the like spear definitions, you can see it right here where it says move this, and they had all this code written for the spear under the special infected weapons. They also have the idea of a tackle spear, which I don't know what a tackle spear is. Okay, so I'm going to switch back really quick to the noise data and see if we can figure out something here. So we have the tag, potentially it's the tag screamer. It's doing this. Let's see, tag. I guess one way to test, so we got rid of it on the screamer. So what if we go to the zombies? I probably wouldn't want to do it on the zombies, but what if we do viral groan? Yeah. So what if we go to a viral groan? And how about this? So if we can't do the chase code, so if the chase code's all hidden, what I might be able to do is go in here. We'll write our own systems. You won't give us solutions, we'll write one. So if we go in here and we say volatile groan, and then this 100% causes people to run away. This brings in all the other zombies, brings in the other zombies, and it definitely causes everything else on the map to notice. And what we're going to do here, let's go grab our has anybody actually seen my new Robin the Hood spawn yet in the game? Which is, to describe that, you should be attacked by like a ton of archers out of nowhere.
No, I haven't seen it.
What I've been trying to look at here is can you tell them to do multiple types of reinforcements so that it's not just one reinforcement? Can you, like on a probability, say send both of these, and then based on a probability, one of them actually spawns, kind of thing? And I think what's happening is it's basically just not doing anything. So what I might do is I might take that concept and put it somewhere else. But I thought it would be kind of fun to start to say, like, based on a probability, one time they blow the summoning horn and this happens. The next time they blow a summoning horn, this happens. But some of those things are just not as easy to pull off with their systems. So we have our reinforcements. Go back to viral groan. Go to volatile groan. We'll then say spawn reinforcements. And essentially this way, what this should do is allow me to change the reinforcement ID. So if people don't want volatiles to spawn, they can just change the ID to null or something like that, I'll have to create an ID that it really is like null. But if I do this, let's just see what happens. So reinforcement data, bottom here. This volatile hunt. And this spawns in, just for testing's sake, for everybody watching, this spawns in 6 volatiles. No way that I would keep it like that, but we're gonna make sure this works. So here, let's spawn in volatile hunt. Then we need to go to the actual volatiles. No, volatile. Here, say drone, make noise, volatile drone. We'll change that out to, or viral drone, change that out to volatile drone. And we should be good. So, let's see if this might mess up anybody's day a little bit. And then, since and see if this works. Now, the challenge with this one is, and the reason that this might be a problem is that I might have to add the condition there that they can't do that during the day. Because now it's not based on the chase system, which the chase system is night only, which makes it a lot easier. What I could possibly do is say during the day, do the viral grown. During the night, do the volatile grown. I think the challenge with this is that this all set up the like actual noise data, right? So the volatile grown, I didn't really think about it in terms of like, how is that calling the audio and everything? I don't know. Let's see. Let's go find out how bad this works. Oh, it did drop a noise source. And I don't see. Oh, ho, ho, ho. All right, I'd say we have our 6. Holy shit. Okay, well, that worked. All right. So He didn't make a noise, though. So as far as hooking that up, I would need to go and say in the, not in this one, say open folder. Yeah, so they have all that data. So, Roland, they have all that data available. I just haven't modded any of that yet for the mod. I haven't had any good use cases, and I haven't gotten there yet. But let's see if we go in here to viral grown. Let's find out where all that's being called. And let's just do that one more time just to confirm. I mean, there's no way there was like that many zombie or virals just chilling. But let's go like piss them off again and just confirm that that is actually one of the reasons I like testing in Old Villador versus the city is that it's hard to see what's going on below you, kind of thing. All of a sudden, you just end up with these guys climbing the walls, and that's fine. It's just it's hard to tell if they're like actually patrolling the city versus hearing me. Nope. No comes. So they're out patrolling because I haven't made any noise. Ah, it's fun. All right, he screamed, like officially screamed. Oh, and there they all come. Oh shit! And they came out of the roof. Love it. All right. So they can spawn up on the rooftop. So we have like a mini chase now. All right. So that's fun. I really like that. So I think the idea here is I think for if we're going to do it this way, and so if the chase isn't setting up things differently to where so it's no longer leaning on like the chase concept. We're no longer calling a chase, so the whole map's not coming after you, just the volatiles coming after you. For difficulty's sake, what I might do here is actually not do the data config here. What I might do is the data config here, which actually that broke things before. So he screams, and 1 to 2 volatiles chases you for now. Let's see how that plays out. They need to... I mean, I guess what we could do is we could also make this a little bit more random. To where it's not always so like 100% they scream. And what I didn't test is actually what happens if all of them scream. So like what happens if 5 volatiles scream at the player. So what we might do is this. Let's drop it to 0 to 2. That gives us a little bit of leeway there. And let's drop the probability so that we can start to test if that makes more sense to where they're dynamically spawning into the world. So that way, so for example, if you had like 6 of them come into the area, 3 of them screamed, now there's a 30% chance that they won't. And then even if that does get through, says, okay, 70% that they do, then there's still a chance that it'll spawn 0. So that way you shouldn't get 100 volatiles dumping down on the player. though that could be fun. I don't know. In the city area, especially, like I really wish that I had access to creating the custom zombies because I really wish I could make an old Villador version of this thing and then like a city version of this thing. Because you got to imagine, like in these different environments, the hunters in the city are going to be like well more versed in slaughtering versus old Villador, smaller town, that kind of thing. But the ones out in the city should be more like crazy dangerous kind of thing, or like crawling up the walls, kind of creepy. And so potentially you could play with this idea of like in old Villador, it only calls in a couple of them. In the city, the whole map, you know, climbing up the buildings kind of thing. So we've got the reinforcement data. The one thing that was missing here is that it didn't bring in the zombies. And I think a lot of the reason for that is because I don't have my version on there of the runners. These are all the walkers right now. So I think we should try a version of this with the runners. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be mean and increase the range, increase the effective range, keep the duration short, and wake some zombies up. It won't really do much because it's during the day, but this should now create a little mini chase. So then if we go in here to the what we'll do here is let's kill and while we're at it, we already got the files open. Let me add the daylight sensitivity. It's right here. That way we can test daytime while we're at it. Okay, so for these guys, it's going to be reactions, light hit. That is a flashlight, not flashlight. Spotlight, flare. These are for weapon types. Be under the general. Escape from sunlight. It's not going to be. So in here, and these are nice that they're essentially just these basic conditions here. So for any modders out there that want to know how do I make my zombies not react to sun versus, they run to the different environments. It's just this condition that says, are they in the sunlight? And then there's also this condition that says, are they in a dark zone? So dark zones, as I've learned, are everything. Building interiors, actual dark zones, chemical zones, all that stuff. So that classification is pretty large there. But so what we'll do is we'll say, and this came back to the scream. So there's this get sequence. What we'll do is we will nest this and we'll find out if this works or not. Seeing how I've got these two conditions. I've got the two conditions is in sunlight, is not in sunlight. We're going to take those two conditions. We're going to go over here and say, I hate it how it messes up my formatting here. We're going to go and say, actually, undo that indent 1. Go, fix yourself. So then we'll say, is night ending, that makes them run away. Is in sunlight won't necessarily work because they'll be in a dark zone. Is in dark zone is what we'll use here. So if they're in a dark zone, it will then do viral grown. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to find out. And then we're going to say, So for night, so in sunlight, it's all positive reactions here. So it says, I'm in the sun, I'm not in the sun, night is ended, I'm in a dark zone. So basically, this, I think what this is saying is that for daylight, the condition is night is the standard. Daylight is not the standard. Sunlight is now a factor of in a dark zone, not in a dark zone. Technically speaking, that should mean, and again, the only reason for this is because volatiles are not being spawned on the map in the vanilla game, so they didn't have to write any of this. So it's nice. So if the default is night, then basically all we have to do is say, are we in a dark zone? False. So that way it will run through this sequence. It will say, it also needs this position. So if it's in a dark zone, it uses the viral groan, which shouldn't start the mini chase. If they are in dark zone or they're not in a dark zone, then we don't have to care about if there's sunlight because this shouldn't apply. Technically, I guess we could say, I guess we could also say no, because that's not a conditional. They didn't give me like a Boolean. So I guess you could say, I guess you could technically just add a value to this conditional. So if it's in a dark zone, is in sunlight, maybe also add a conditional so that it's, or a Boolean. So it's, if they're not in the sunlight and they're not in a dark zone, they can do their summon. See, the problem with this is that I need to actually now go back and do the noise data, or the reinforcement data. I'm actually just going to go ahead and set this back to 6 and 6 and 100% because now I'm testing this out. I need to know if it's going to spawn these during the day or not. So what we'll do here is take that, go and get my chasers. So now we actually have runners. And the nice thing about the runners is that they also help you test reactions. If you have the slow moving zombies, it's hard to tell if it's causing an effect with like audio and that kind of thing. But if you have the runners, then you immediately start to understand, like, are they actually receiving the code that you're sending out? And so at least you get that set. So I didn't add in the code that they react to sunlight yet, because now I need them to actually come out of the buildings to confirm that if they come out of the buildings and happen to scream, that it won't bring down more volatiles, because I need to make sure that that summon doesn't work, which the conditional was. So they can only use this one if they're not in those two factors. So that should be right, but let's go die. Okay, yep, no, you saw me. Sorry, I was looking at this other one, which I think I was seeing the top of his pretty head there. Did he scream yet? Was that a scream? He just screamed. So maybe we're back to, maybe it's not doing the conditionals right. Now we have 2. So he just did a scream. So he just did a scream and it didn't summon. So I don't think the conditional is firing correctly. Because I think now it's basically going to this sequence. So I think I need to write in this condition. Up here, I need to say exactly. Oh my God, Roland, you have no idea. They have all these lines. I've seen them. They've got debug statements in here. But I can't see them because they've disabled all the development code. Little did they know development would be ongoing. So let's just test one more time, make sure. It also helps that, so what the code is for the activation thing, the DZ thing, is the actual good Lord. All right, so there we go. So he screamed, nothing happened. So that's actually the stupid little sound source underneath him. If we're doing the viral mini chase, then I probably do want to do some indicator that they have started a little mini chase there, so that actually work. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit undo. Hopefully that, yeah. So from the first one, we're saying volatile ground. So in this sequence, we might be able to go in here and say, for these conditions, here is in sunlight. And so what this should do, I have to write the replacement though. I mean, this one should do most of the work, I'm hoping, that says whether or not they're in this environment. So then we say false. But then after this one, I need to write another one that says, so I might have to go outside the selector. So I might actually have to do the selector twice that says there is an optional, or what was it? I pasted it the other day. And like usual, I pasted it somewhere. Was it? There was one that said, I think it was in 9, which I lost earlier. Basically, which one was it? They have an optional string in here that says it didn't work. That's a good idea, Roland. Thanks for the suggestion. It does pop up location, but all of that is images, and their GUI is actually harder to access than you would think. So creating statements that would actually then be translated over. Now, that being said, most of that's not my department as far as expertise go. So if you know anybody or you know yourself and you like doing print statements in C, then always come join me. Let's see. Let's just first find out if this works. So we say if they're not in the sunlight and they're not in a dark zone. I think it's actually. I think those need to be nested. Back in here really quick. Update AI. Let's test really quick. I think that needs to be nested under there. I gotcha. What are you using JAS for? Here in a minute, I'm going to need to take a break and go grab some lunch, stretch my legs, smell a flower, that kind of thing. All right, so there we go. So he did a sound source. Ooh, I like that. Man, they just kicked my ass, man. Gotcha. That's awesome. Very cool. Anything you'd be willing to share with the class and let us go check it out? I always love hobby games for sure. I've not had the time, believe it or not, with what I'm doing here. I have not always had the time to. Oh, actually, I think he's spawning in virals down there. Yeah. Oh, because I haven't added. Well, actually, these guys could be left over from the previous chase. All right, so let's get away from this area. That'll help determine this. I've started on a couple of different games or game concepts and tried to improve them. But yeah, well, that definitely worked as far as the attack went. Now, where is he? Where do you live, sir? So that actually could be why the cities are so populated, is that potentially, oh, I like that little run up the wall. So potentially this area right here could be considered a dark zone. He's trying to run in, so he does attack, and then he, oof. Okay. The good news is that he didn't. Maybe he can't scream while he's trying to run back inside. But that being said, so maybe they can't actually. This is going to be a lot harder with the runners. So maybe they can't act. Ooh. See a volatile up there though. See. Okay. So you can see I would be dead pretty quickly in the post-apocalyptic world here. Volatile? Nope. Nope. Got an exploder. Volatile. No worries. Thanks, Roland. I appreciate that. I'm here to learn and hear from others while also working on a project that I enjoy. So, you know, it's also a passion project. So, let's see here. I think I'll also be turning up the flashlight power. Now that I've darkened the world, I think the flashlight definitely needs a little bit of a boost. Yeah. Yeah, I was going to try to get to that before I sent that over earlier today, but then I have not had as much time to crawl into the inventory code, so I was trying to get this AI stuff done. Oof. All right, well, found one. All right, where are you going?
Yeah, I already did that, but I'm sure other people would probably want it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, see, I think the problem with the volatiles in the city is that there's too many coded areas that they have in here that they're claiming are dark zones that are not actually dark zones. So what the end result is that you get a volatile just chilling up on a rooftop kind of thing. Let me see here. Yeah, because well, if you go up there, it wakes the AI up and he's like, oh no, I need to be inside. But did he go inside? Wait, no, he's back up on the rooftop. So, but the interesting part is that he's not screaming. So either my conditional is working. Let's see, this is the only thing I don't like about it, is that you end up with, this is kind of immersion breaking to end up with this idiot up on the roof. So if I hit him. But if I improve the code, this is why. So I think what I want to do is I want to improve the code to where even if they're trying to avoid sunlight, they'll still attack the player. So that way they'll try to do a running attack and then still get inside kind of thing. Let's see if I can just end this guy's life real quick. Okay, so let me go try to find one more and then let's work on the reaction code. It's not as gratifying as I was hoping it would be. Oh, here's a good. I can test an outdoor banshee. Oh, more than one? Oh, okay. So she's still in her little I'm gonna knife you and run away thing. Going up. I'm assuming above me. because she hates me. What's up with that? Oh, shit. There are multiple. So... might want to turn off their little screaming audio. Oh, but they are... Okay, so that did fix them for attacking the different groups. Look at that. She actually dodges really well. I don't know if it's just because she's smaller or what, but these guys are actually tormenting these guys, and I love it. I think one of my things that I want to be like most excited to try here in the future is doing that. Well, not try, but one of the things I'm going to do for 1.0 is do the comparison video between the vanilla game and the. I just noticed that I don't think my runners are working. Make sure the summons for the bandits works. Oh, they just showed up in form. Shit. Oh, shit. I just got backed into a corner here. Oof. Now we got Banshees attacking. We got Bandits attacking. And look at that.
Just a little thing. The AI, their weapons are like really weak.
Yes, they are. Yeah, so I went in there and for people's feedback, I went and deleted my my damage definitions, and I'm going to dial that in with the difficulty damages file, so that it's going to be more balanced for the casual and survivor and ultimate survivor. Because really, I mean, a majority of these settings come from. The majority of like the damage that I want dealt is going to be based on the difficulty that you're playing, rather than just the overall difficulty. Because that's kind of the problem, is that people are complaining that it's just too difficult, or one version is not geared to where they want to play it. So I'm going to try to balance that a little bit. But yeah, I pulled that down for now just so that I could do some more testing. Because if I had it turned up how it was before, I wouldn't have lived long enough to even see any of this. I'd have been dead a long time ago. So I do appreciate that the Banshees are actually killing themselves. I do appreciate that the Banshees are now actually attacking the different AI groups, because I know before, I don't remember if it was your video, Vic, or if it was someone else's, but someone was showing before how the Banshees didn't know how to attack anybody else. They would just only attack the player. So looks like that is successfully fixed here. They are actually annoying everybody, not just me. The one thing I do need to write in here before the final release is actually updating the her code to where when she gets on the same level, right now she was just doing it, but I think that's designed only for the ground floor. If you go one level up, she'll try to get higher than you, and if she can't find an object higher than you, she'll just kind of sit there and spin in circles until she finds a new surface connection that allows her to get higher. And so she looks kind of dumb up there running around in circles on a rooftop. But all little things I just got to polish here and there.
Yeah, they're definitely more dialed in. This is the latest one you put up there.
I think
they're now at least responsive to the things that are around it instead of just running around aimlessly in circles.
Yeah. So and check it out. So did you see how? I mean, these guys are messed up right now, but this guy immediately started hunting this Banshee before she even started hunting him. He was already hunting the Banshee. And so I think I might also have a. Oh, never mind. I was thinking these were the ones you were talking about, Vic, that were the ones that would attack the player. But essentially, the human AI should actually activate better now as well. So I think I've got them to where they're actually paying attention a little bit better. But there's just something about their code where they need prompting. They need something to activate them, and I'm not sure why that is. So it's either noise or it's line of sight. So I do love these battles in the city, though.
Yeah, they definitely add some character to it.
I'm worried that like if I reduce the numbers, then you'll have less of these large scale battles. Because I think one of my favorite things that I saw the other day was finding a bandit army versus a PK army, and that was like really fun to watch because you're actually sitting there going like, and then the zombies show up and then they start attacking kind of thing, and it's like, who's actually going to win this one?
Oh yeah, it has been interesting, and that's definitely, like I said, it's definitely been an improvement.
I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to figure out based on locations how to dial it in specific to the storyline so it's more lore accurate. And that's kind of a challenge for me because for everybody watching, I have still not done my from start to finish playthrough, and I'm still super excited to actually try this out now that I have the mod this far along.
The locations. I know you asked about it earlier. I was going to say something. Well, we started talking about something else. The regions.
Yeah,
I can tell you which regions belong to what, so that you know at least like if it's the beginning of the game to the end game.
yeah, yeah. That would be amazing. 1 through 9.
Regions 1 through 4. 1 through 4 are the starting zone in the old Dodor.
Okay.
And 5 through 9.
Hang on 1 second. Seeing how you're giving it to me live, I'm gonna actually just pull this up live and fix it right now.
Oh, okay.
Just because I got it right here. So, give me 1 second to get to that location.
No problem.
Thanks, man. Let's see. So, difficulty 1. Okay, so 1 through 4 is going to be more Old Villador, which with the default balance of renegades during the day, I'm gonna I'll reduce this down a little bit. I don't know. It's not gonna be super populated. I actually think I might make it more zombie focused instead of. I don't know. For Old Villador.
Villador is mostly just bandits.
Yeah, and I've liked it that way for the daytime, is having more bandits than zombies. So it's going to be more bandits and PK than it really should be zombies during the day. Do you agree?
Yeah. That's I think how it's supposed to be intended, actually.
And then
that way you have more conflict between, and I think they listed one of the AI presets. They actually wanted the PK to actually fight the survivors.
Yeah.
So I tried to mag that event, but they used it weird because they marked the survivors in the coding are registered to a bandit group.
Yeah, so they've got several encounters that I think the writing, once they got rid of a lot of the quest lines, they then went in there and they didn't change the spawn names. They just changed the pools. So you have all these different ones in there I've seen that it's like, oh wow, like that's interesting. And then you like read the pools and you're like, what? That ain't right. Because they have like one that's like one's like PK attacking or being attacked by virals or something like that, and it's like or biters or whatever. And under there it's like it's a hostage PK and like 4 scat and 4 bandits or something like that. You're sitting there like, these don't actually line up.
Right. I thought, I was like, okay, well, when I was modifying the polls, I was like, okay, so that's how they manipulated the code in order to make the PK fight the survivors. I was
Right.
like, all right, so shouldn't, in theory, if I do that with another pool, if I take the bandit spawning pool group and then put it against another bandit pool group, if they would actually fight each other, and I ended up turning the NPCs into the game into renegades by doing that.
Nice.
And I was like, what the hell? Like, doesn't make any sense.
So I'm noticing some of the balancing here. I'm gonna actually go through and say like commanders should be much lower. So commanders are in like a 5% chance. Soldiers are gonna be at 50. Turn down the amount of two-handed. And then bowmen, I'm gonna actually put up to 50. So the peacekeeper bowmen are out there. The grenaders, I think I'm going to get rid of in the first area so that we don't have Molotov flaming.
But talk about the bowman too. I wasn't sure how to add the crossbow onto the PK weapon list, so they actually use their own crossbows.
Yeah. I would have to. Well, we have to turn over to the trusty loot system here. I'll look at that here in a second, and we can actually take a look at that. I'm going to actually make the bowmen for the renegades less, and then focus more on just one-handed bandits. So that way you end up with a lot of starter bandits, some zombies. Yeah.
Another thing I do, and this is just on my end, I don't know if you wanted to. I remember you mentioned it, but I don't know if you're more working on the infected right now, which is all cool. I go through and I change in the regions 5 through 9. I changed not all of them, but occasionally I'll change a pool of the renegades to actually be the colonel's renegades, so that actually shows that they're actually present in the city.
Yeah, so I was gonna follow up with you actually for that one. I wanted there to be a good balance of the storyline in there before I just started randomly introducing the different ones. And you've been working on that, so I wanted to kind of touch bases with you before going in and changing those different settings.
Yeah, the story, man. Like you would think there would be a more ideal like time in which they would be introduced, but the thing is that the story goes through like the entire story. You hear mentions of this man, like even at the very beginning of the game, and he's mentioned the entire game, and ultimately he gets references of controlling half the city, and then when you actually get to the other half of the city, he doesn't control anything. And like it references him having outposts, it references all these things, and none of them are actually displayed in the game.
Fun.
So like I've been trying to figure out what's a good
balance. Yeah. I know that would be a fun one to work on with you. I think the biggest thing I have to get figured is that, so for me, I'm saving a lot of this for improvements that I'm going to make either while I'm playing 1.0 or after I play 1.0, so that I have a better sense of like what the lore may be under the different conditions. But with a lot of that, it might not be a bad idea to just go ahead and take a first pass and try to see if we can get some stuff roughed out together, so that's more rewarding in the first playthrough. I just would hate. I know a lot of people have mentioned, the different. People really enjoy the lore for what it is in the game, and so I know that there's definitely there's that line you got to walk where you don't go messing up people's
Right,
balance.
play through.
And so I've been trying to steer clear of that, just so I wouldn't step
I
into
think you've
that.
done a pretty damn good job, honestly,
Thanks.
as far balancing and keeping everything with the lore. You put everything in as of right now, even in both versions, even in the running version, you know, and in the ultimate. Like, but you still kept with the actual original lore from the first game.
Sure.
The things that should have been there to begin with that weren't placed there, like the volatile deal. You shouldn't even have to add that in. That should already be a thing.
I don't know why I still would like to talk to somebody to figure out why they actually went in there and removed that. I'm not really sure I understand.
There was an explanation about it. I read it. I can't remember what I read it on. It's either like their Twitter or something along those lines. And they said that they took it out because in the first game, Night was pretty hardcore.
Right.
You really didn't see very much. There was volatiles all over the place, and it was a hardcore. And they said in the first game that nobody wanted to go out and play at night because there was no real reason to. You could just play in the day, and you don't have to have that hardcore element to it. I mean,
right.
You know, I fit that shit. That's awesome. I play at night, just play at night.
Well, it was kind of the same with the first game. It was the same deal, is that unless you had enough quests that forced you to go out at night, it didn't make any sense to like go play at night, except if you just really wanted to go play at night, you know?
Right. And that's the thing. Like, there wasn't really a reason to go out at night. But the second game here, they basically try to entice you to do so. Like, that's the only way you can really explore zones.
Yeah.
And and they appropriate the rewards as such. You know, you go out, you risk your ass, bam, you get rewarded. Only everything's jacked up in terms of balancing. Like,
yeah,
some of those zones they're not even really worth going in, besides to get inhibitors.
Yeah.
And then
what are
there's no danger to their nighttime. They took out the volatile, so it's like you just walk around with the sentient screamer system in the streets, and that's your danger.
Exactly. So if you get off the streets, you're pretty much not in danger.
Right.
And I picked that up like immediately from starting to play the game.
I think the problem with the night times in the first game is not that there were volatiles, it's that there were too many. There's a big difference between too many and
none. Yeah, they went from one extreme to the other and paid no attention to that being the actual signature of the first game is the volatiles.
Yeah, that's something I've said to friends of mine. So it's a bit weird. They've taken what I would probably consider the main character of Dying Light being the volatiles and just made them.
Yeah, they're basically
where you only see them if you want to see them.
Right. And they're in two story missions that I can even remember. So it's like you don't actually really see them throughout the game at all.
There's the one in the prologue that bites you. There's the volatiles in the VNC tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's the ones that chase you through the dark zone in the.
Yeah, gotcha.
There's only one.
There is.
Yeah.
There's a couple that are in the dark zone where you're going to fight fucking van driver.
Right. Yeah, there are. Yeah. Those.
And then there's obviously the volatiles in the same thing. That's all. Which is like 4 missions out of 20.
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly. And then, I mean, the total hourly, you know, in the game, like you spend 60, 70 hours playing through the entire story and you only see them 5 times. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
They're only really there if you want them to be there.
Right.
Which is a lot different with Dying Light 1 where you would do anything for them not to be there.
Let's see. So the good news is I think with the mini hunt that I have going on here, I don't think that they can actually scream during the day right now. I think it's actually not even written into the code. It's only a night thing. I have to confirm that. So I need to find where they do the scream. And then so I have to read all the way back here. But they have the UV reactions, which is a night condition. Yeah, so I think that they're not screaming during the day at all, which is good. That's less things to write. But it also could be because of my code here, my conditional code, so that during the day they're not able to use this at all, which I think is actually fine because they want to run around for now. I guess I could create the conditional that says, just to find out, let's see if I go and basically create a second one. This is probably a nasty way to do it, but let's just say is in the sunlight. So maybe they mess up the balance by jumping out during the day and screaming, and then that upsets the world, and then they run back. Like, what a bitch ass move. It's like jump out real quick, bah, and the whole city comes flooding down in, and they're like, peace, enjoy that, bye. Isn't the dark zone true? So let's actually say,
It's like a really twisted ambush vector.
see, we'll get rid of the sunlight thing. So if they're in the sunlight, they can't use it. If they're in the dark zone, they can use it. Let's just see if that code works for the day. And I was basically I didn't want to interrupt your guys' conversation because I was enjoying it. I was going to ask Vic, do you want to give me the rest of the zone information?
Oh yeah,
Starting from
went through 9.
Yep.
It's saying like R5.
Yep.
R6, R7, all that nonsense.
Yep.
Those are all the central loop locations, and then any of them that say flooded is referencing the sunken city.
Right. So what's your preference on from zone 5 to 9 without the flooded?
Should be pretty hardcore. That's the core zone. That's where the Colonel's stronghold is. That's where they're basically all fighting.
Right.
Not so much in Old Villador. Old Villador is just basically bandits, survivors, PK.
Right. So less peacekeepers in the central loop. Correct?
No. Less PK in Old Villador.
Okay. That's what it.
And probably about 75% of what is current in the central loop.
Okay. As in all humans, or as in just the PK?
All of them.
All of them? So more zombies?
Or yeah, more zombies. But
okay.
I would say not take away 75%. I mean reduce should have said reduce it.
No, I got it.
What it is.
I got it. Yeah. So I just pull this down.
Be roughly a pretty decent balance, I think, where you would see pretty constant conflict, but not really overkilling it around every corner.
Sure. Yeah, let's see how this ends up. And so you said Old Villador, you pretty much, because they've got the PK base there, I assumed we would have more PK in the area. And then also...
So that's where they're actually actively fighting.
And then also renegades, correct?
Yeah, no renegades over there.
You said no renegades in the first area?
Yeah, there's none. All the way up until I think the very last part of the game. There's just a little. They start spawning in after the last part for whatever reason. I'm not even sure why.
Got it.
But there's only one little.
You can find renegades spawning inside. I think it's one of the dark zones in Old Villador. You can find renegades in them.
There's a dark zone.
There's a dark zone.
There is one of the military areas. It's on the opposite side of the military area. There's a dark zone that they're all hanging out in. It's like a special one for sure. So what we need to do then is change these to bandits. Is that correct? So for Old Villador, they need to be bandits, not renegades.
Yeah. There's apparently that I haven't seen that. You know what the name of the zone is that's in where they spawn in the dark zone?
I'll go there. So you know how you go out of the bazaar in the front, you walk down the rows to the fountain and all that. Then to the left is the military zone.
Right.
If you jump over the wall where the tank is, if you jump over that big reinforced wall, right there to the right is a dark zone. And if you crawl inside there, it's almost immediately full of bandits. Bandits or renegades. It's really hard to tell.
Is that in the base game?
That's in the base game.
I didn't know that.
So for the and you were asking before about the adding the crossbows. It's in this weapons probability presets.
Yeah, I saw it. And I was trying to figure out how can I slide it in their spawn presets, because I know it's just a generic. They use the generic bow, so I figured it shouldn't be hard to set the crossbow in there.
Well, the problem is did they write the code for them to use the crossbows? I'm guessing yes, but at the same time, is it all scripted or open world? I've never seen any of them in the open world with crossbows.
Yeah, this is the only one I can think of is Lawan. I don't actually know if she even uses it, and because you only play through the story.
Yep.
I don't really see her using it in the actual game.
Yeah, have you guys seen anybody use the crossbow in the game at all? That's an NPC.
I was gonna say apart from me, not.
Shit.
Yeah. Because
I was like, what the hell? Why don't they use their own weapon that they made?
yeah, so I mean, it's another classic example of where like you're sitting there going like, "Oh yeah, this should be this should be pretty straightforward. It should already be in the game, right?" Nah. You'd think it would be, but you know, not always. So they have this PK pool. I need to figure out where it's pointing the NPCs towards the PK weapons pool. So it's right. No, that's the weapon probabilities. And then the weapon set. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so you got the weapon. You've got the weapon probability presets. And maybe this is why this didn't work with my. I tried to do this for the survivors to give them a little bit better weapons. And I think this is actually what I messed up earlier, is that it's not the probability, it's the weapon sets.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Because of course.
I mentioned it, that file, like instinctively, because I messed with it in the first game. I was playing around trying to give like Bias Goons the military rifle that they added in a DLC.
Yeah.
And I was messing with that, trying to get it to work. And I remember it's just instinctively where I went.
Yeah, it's all right here. Wow, they got everybody. Just right here. There's the shoddy weapons. That's the reason that the survivors suck. So that is getting changed.
Really do, man.
I changed this. I actually created one. Let's see. I actually created a pool for them, but this is the reason it hasn't been used. And it was hard to tell because I was sitting there going like, I think it's being used because it's hard to tell because it's just a weapon pool. So it just shows up on there and you're like, yeah, I think they're using it. But I created one for them. And let me see here. It's probably that long ass sucker right there. Yep. Survivor random pool. They're going out into the world. They're looting everything. They're searching for stuff. So I figured they would probably have a pretty random selection of weapons just in general. Give them kind of the ragtag large variation of tools for these guys. But and I think for most of them, because they really are just like a ragtag band of merry men, I think I'm gonna probably up to probably level 6, I'm gonna give them this random pull, and then hopefully after pull 6, they started to give them just better shit. So we've got Bowman, we've got PK, So my guess is that their PK are actually using the bow pool. Let me go in here and say, yeah, this is bare bones. Say bow T6. Damage definitions. Loot. Inventory. Weapon definitions. Item sets. No, it's the inventory. Shop assortment. So they're not getting these. Let me see. Probably want to go back to the presets, logic, human AI, open world, and then bowman. Man? What? Bow. Excuse me. Renegade bow, bandit bow, peacekeeper bow. They are using. Here's their loot string. Interesting. So where, I remember seeing this before. Is it because they're drawing on, so peacekeepers are using the generic bows. Generic bow is using the M bandit, archer, human bow. There's another one. There's the, is it the visuals? No. It's the difficulty? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So then they're using weapon set defined by difficulty. So then we go in here and we say PK, Peacekeeper one-handed, Peacekeeper two-handed. Just keep searching bow, I guess. Do the boring thing where we search the whole thing. There's the generic, there's the renegades, there's the generics. Thought we already did the generics. There's the renegades. So how are they getting there? Let's see. So if we say renegade, one-handed, level 1, and it always comes down to, are these even the really, like, the actual ones, or is this some outdated bullshit that, I mean, none of these work, so you can't actually go modify any of these. They don't do anything, but you can at least use them for some reference of, like, how they're doing their file structure. But potentially this is back before they even invented the crossbow for the game. Renegade bow. Peacekeeper. So it's going to be Peacekeeper difficulty presets. Where is this generic? So that must be why, is that they're basically, somewhere they're giving them just the standard bow that everybody else is getting. They don't even have, like, their own unique set here.
Yeah, I kind of assumed that if you like injected it into the base pool, that it would be used and end up being used by everybody that uses a bow.
Yeah, which what you could do is, I mean, it's The Walking Dead all over, where Daryl had the only crossbow in the entire world.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, potentially it does make sense. Like, yeah, okay, everybody would use crossbows. I think the challenge here is do crossbows work? That's what I'm worried about. Is like, do crossbows even freaking? Did they write crossbows into this? All right, so here's where they've got the bows. So these are all the bows right here, and they've got a weight of 1 on them. So everybody's feeding down into these bows. So, I mean, this is it. So I think that all we need to do here, let's go over to here and let's find which file. I'm pretty sure it's going to be, yeah, the gen file. Then if we say crossbow, go in here and say, let's just start with this. Mike,
To get back to that renegade spawn point over in the darks, is it like a certain point in the story when they actually spawn in there, or is it at the very start?
it's at the very start.
I've never seen them not be in them.
Yep.
Because from a story standpoint, when you first meet Hakon, he actually says that they're not even over there yet. And it only gets to a certain point where they actually even go over there to begin with.
So let's look at the bandits really quick. So with the bandit definitions, I think the problem that I ran into is you can see it here in the alias. I saved the alias so that I can always just resort back to this alias. It's the reason that the bowman is getting turned into a renegade. But if you look here, this is the part where I'm not actually sure about how they're doing their spawn system anymore. Because if you look here, there is no definition of bandit anymore, according to this. I mean, there must be one. Like, there must be some remaining bandit. But if you go right here down to the bottom, this is all their code. Bandits are actually just getting turned into renegades. So the concept of a
in the game, when you reach a certain point, it triggers, and then they change from regular bandits into renegade spawns.
which I'm guessing the safest way to do this is probably to go and see how we have. Well, now we're finding all of my definitions of bandits. That's right. So they have this other one called bandit fodder, one-handed, and then the knife throwers. So they have very basic bandits. Also, I don't know why they decided to call survivors and basic bandits fodder, but they're basically, I guess, because they're just something to slaughter kind of thing for the zombies. So
they basically just get slaughtered. I mean, it's hilarious watching them like attack a special infected with a table leg and do nothing.
Right. So I guess potentially what I can do here, because they're not ruling out fodder, that's not one of the things they're getting rid of. So the one that has them spawned in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one left of what shoots a dog collar.
That actually might just be a glitch or some screw up on their end. Because if it's a dog collar, then it should be infected, be crowded in there.
Yeah, they may have messed up the spawners, or it could have been an early concept of where you had a. I personally was looking at this the other day. I'm sitting there going like, I would like to make interior zones flooded with bandits as well, like to where it's like a base. But I can't do that because all their spawners are zombie based, and so because of that, it actually makes sense to me that interior zones at night would be filled with bandits kind of thing, to where you go in certain buildings and they're hanging out inside of certain buildings because where the hell else are they? So,
and they would be looting and stuff too.
So I wanted to try to go with that, but in order to do that, you have to basically create. What took me days was trying to create the concept of pool variety. so that you give it a pool and then you allow it to decide between a pool. And that's what I was trying to do, so that it was not just one pool, it was potentially one or the other pool. So some buildings would be flooded with bandits, some buildings would be flooded with zombies. Right now, I guess what I could do is that I could potentially put at night. No, I like that. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that before. At night, the interiors are full of bandits, but the problem with that is that all the dark zones are going to now be flooded with bandits, and that doesn't really make sense either.
Because they all draw off that same pool.
So it's not like I can make one. It's not like I can make like the safer night zones, filled with bandits, and then the like chemical areas. I'm pretty sure it would take the chemical areas as well, and flood those with bandits. I'll have to check at it, or I'll have to take a look here in a second. So what I'm going to do is for this first difficulty zone 1, I'm going to go in here and replace. Oh, not that. I'm going to replace all of the renegades with these different bandit fodders, and I'm going to keep them at about 25. So you'll get some different bandits in here. So you get a knife thrower and then a basic one-handed. And I'm pretty sure that's the only 2 types that they have. Let me actually look them up in the code really quick.
I didn't see any others.
Let's just find out if they've got,
Dukes. That summoner, I think that's about it.
See, this is right here where it's showing that it's pre-caching all of these different. It's pre-caching everything before. It's a side topic, but they apparently have the concept of using the profiles, but it should use the profiles based on your level, so those should scale accordingly. I don't want to be searching this one because it's going to go look at the prefabs. We don't care about the prefabs at this point. Where's my other one? Here we go. The bare bones. Because if you search for the one that has the prefabs, you'll be here all day kind of thing. All right, so there's one-handed. They've got these ones called level instead of, no, because that hands over to tier. So we've got those on tier. Those might have better weapon sets if I give them better weapon sets. So we've got the weapon sets open. I gave the survivors better weapons. I'm actually just going to go ahead and give the the bandits better weapons as well. Now they have, actually I don't know if I can here. Or at least I have to figure out how to do it right without breaking the game. They're using the shoddy weapon pool 03 or 03. They're using the sorry, I locked in there. They're using the shoddy weapon pool RGD. We go over to the weapon sets. Shoddy weapon pool is now set to survivor weapon pool, so it's already done. So the changes to this should apply to both the survivors and these guys, which is nice. All right. So then we have one-handed, we have knife throwers, and yeah, that's it. So super simple. Get rid of the other ones. The commanders need to go way down. Banshees. Or actually, the commanders are supposed to be on the rooftops. That's right. So the commanders are supposed to be up. So then up to... And I really do need to take a break here and get that food and all that good stuff. Go do some yoga.
I'm about to go. It's Barons.
Gotta like get that developer stiffness out. Go see what's out on the outside. There's a whole world out there, y'all.
There's nothing out there. They can work for it.
There's nothing, man. Nothing. I'm gonna actually, before I make this save, I'm gonna actually also fix this. One hand should be higher, so there's more bandits than the knife throwers. And we'll just see how that balance does. I'm having a thought here, though. Technically, there's 2 spawn pools for night interiors. There's there's 3 actually. There's dark zones, there's hives, and then there's night interiors. So potentially I can go to the night interiors and try adding some of these guys to the night interiors and just see what shakes out. I think the problem is that more than likely these idiots are going to come flooding out of the interiors to attack all the zombies outside at night anyway. So I'm going to spawn them all into the buildings, and then they're just going to run everywhere. But at least their spawn points will be from the interiors of the buildings. So I guess that could be... But I do like that because... Okay, and actually, you're still on here, Vic, so let me ask. Scavengers. What is the deal with scavengers?
It just appears that they're like another type of survivor variant. They just look mildly different.
So they're not a storyline?
They're preset models that are used in occasional story points, but they're not. They don't really have a specific thing. I think they just was another fill-in for the survivors. Because I see most of the presets being used by the survivors.
Yeah, there are scavenger models and all sorts of stuff everywhere. There's a whole thing around scavengers that I don't get. I was afraid to ask because I'm sitting there like I'm going to ruin some part of the storyline or some shit. But it sounds like that's not the case. Hey, Lucky, thanks for joining the YouTube. Sorry, Vic, what were you saying?
I said they're just generic models for the survivors, from what I can tell.
Interesting. So what I might do is I might put on a preset weight. I might try to spawn some of them in there as well, so that you have certain areas that are also filled with survivors.
Makes sense. As everybody would go out looting because obviously they would know that the best thing to do that is at night.
Yeah. That being said, PK also makes supply runs. They're also doing patrols at night. Maybe at night, I will start spawning more of the humans of various on a preset. I think the problem here is that if I add too many different groups to it, it's going to do that thing where you end up with like 3 PK and 1 bandit. So, I mean, maybe that'll make some fun little random stories of like, I walked in on them all kicking a single bandit's ass and, you know, he died and then they just hung out kind of thing. I don't know if that's like, you know, for storytelling it's not super great, but, you know.
Hey, any life is better than no life.
Exactly. There's nothing going on this map. So maybe we just mix it up.
And it's been, yeah.
What did you say, Amplitude?
It's a very different place.
Yes, it very much is.
It's getting there.
Actually,
It's getting there for sure. Okay, so we now have bandits in the first part of the game. We now have renegades in the second part. So we're back up to the renegades and making these renegades show up properly inside the inner city. So that's where we're at.
Honestly, it's been quite refreshing running around at night, and you have those PK and renegade spawns on the streets. That actually shows people like actively fighting. You know, you don't really see that. It's just flooded with infected.
Yeah.
So it makes it kind of like nobody else is doing anything besides you.
Right, exactly. The whole city is just sitting around waiting to die, essentially. It's like, oh, were we supposed to be doing something? Were we supposed to be? Sure, the world has ended, but I think we're good, actually.
It really kills me that the core bases are just dead zones.
Exactly. Let's see. So we're up to zone 6. So in zone 6, I've now, and I think what I'm going to do is instead, I'm like sitting here talking to you guys. I'm having a good time. I need to continue to dial this up. Would you say it's an accurate assumption here, Vic, that as the zones get harder, we're up to zone 9 kind of thing, there should be more and more renegades, or even different types of bandits, or different types of various enemies, such as the Dukes as well?
All of them. There should be more of all of them. And in the central loop area, because that's where everything really takes place. The ironic part of the story is, but you'll see whenever you complete it. It's funny whenever you leave Old Villa there.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm going to actually increase the number of crawlers because they're going through chopping legs off. I'm going to turn down the amount of weak zombies a little bit. Armored zombies have been wiping these guys out. I always like watching that because it's like they don't know what to do. They're just getting their asses kicked.
Yeah, because the weapons don't do any damn damage.
Exactly. So then the gas tanks, and that's the funny part is like if there were just more bowmen, then they would shoot them in the head, kind of thing. But that, I digress. Let's see. So the amount of infected dead that are peacekeepers, scavengers, that kind of thing should go up because the city is warring. So you actually should end up with more dead that are based on the different tribes. The renegades, so let's go grab the other ones. So we have bandits now. Let's go grab our different... Which that's the thing, is like, let's go back to the alias real quick. With this, how many of these are getting turned into Dukes? Like none? So they're all getting forced into renegades. The Dukes still exist.
Yeah, I think they start spawning in past a certain level and they just turn into renegades because you don't see them anymore after, like, I think after you like pass like level 4 or 5, they just all turn into renegades.
So with the Dukes, they're supposed to be part of this, like, so there's supposed to be all these different clans, right? So without ruining certain parts of the story, again, for everybody watching, the whole purpose here is that I haven't played the game through, trying to make the game better for everybody, but I'm going to do a solid playthrough from 0 to 100 the first time with a more immersive game. So, yay me. But that's the problem with trying to flush these things out. So, without ruining anything, I've got 7 different gangs in this pull list. Are all 7 actually in the game?
Mm-hmm. So you got Dukes, renegades, and then there's like the bandit fodder. You covered that one.
So none of the gangs?
See, the problem is that like they don't really define who belongs to what gang. Like you'll see whenever you go to the bandit outposts, like it's just like a mixture of things. Like you'll see the renegade moment. That's been my OCD moment right there.
Yeah.
But you'll see them in there, and you'll see like a few dukes, and then there'll be casual bandits, and it's just like it's a giant mix of everything. Doesn't really make much sense.
Gotcha.
There's no, like individuals, it's where it's just this group there.
Yeah. Well, so that was what's confusing for me with the dukes, is because there's this idea of a duke, but it doesn't look like. So if you can see here on my screen, there's only two different ones. There's the one-handed, and then there's a summoner. If you go to the code for the summoner, he then summons more one-handed dukes, and that's it. So they only have, that's it. Then you have like these different kernels. So you can see here, they've got a whole bunch of kernels that supposedly work. And I know that you said you were working on this. Did you get the kernels working?
You can change the preset, and it changes it in the AI set preset rules.
Okay.
And show up accordingly. But whenever you do that, like I changed one of the outpost spawns, and for some reason, the spearmen on one of the outpost spawns, it was like weirdly placed because it was used in the core pool. Like they didn't draw from the outpost pool. They pulled it from like the regular pool. So I had to go in and change the model that they were using for the spearmen into the kernel spearmen in order for it to make sense and all blend in together. So
so like you did a model replace. So you actually just went in.
I didn't replay. I just changed it in the preset for because it was drawing that one specific unit was being drawn from. Whenever you look at the preset pools, it gives you the renegades and then it gives you the bandits right up at the very top.
Right.
And it was drawing one right out of the renegades pool.
Because of the alien, because they don't exist.
Right.
Right.
It's like, what the hell? Like this doesn't. It bothers the hell out of me, and I'm like. I know that if I get to a certain point in the game, that spearman would be the Colonel's renegade and not Walt's renegade. So it would look weird, and like there's no real fix there.
Yeah. I'm going to try to add these different groups to the center world. Do you think that would be okay for immersion's sake?
Yeah, see why not?
Okay. Let's just try to see.
They are present in the world. It's just that like they make all these references and there's nothing to show for them.
Sure. Let's see if we can get them into the world, and then that way we can start to see who's broken. Because there's probably definitely going to be a lot of these guys not actually working properly, but let's go find out which ones work and which ones don't.
Oh, all the kernels work fine.
Well, what I mean is that, well, actually, and that's I've seen where it's pointing their code. They're all using the same human code. So as long as they're all pointing to the same human code, they should all work. So you're right. They should all work. I guess my consideration is that they were, from what I'm hearing, they were never designed to go into the open world. They were, well, maybe they were originally designed to go into the open world, and then they turned them into scripted characters instead. And scripted characters require the scripted code. So if there is, for example, if we go over here and we go into AI, behavior trees, context, human, and then we go to their profiles, they don't actually have profiles for the kernels. I think I'm saying that right. Is it colonial? I think it's colonial. I've been messing that up. Colonial.
It's how you spell kernel. It's spelled weird.
Okay.
I think it's an L.
I was a Navy man myself, so I didn't have any kernels. It's an Army officer. Okay, yeah, and it's spelled. Okay, so it is colonel. So these are kernels, but they don't have like data. They don't have anything. So like here we've got where they're doing the one hands and we got the knives. Cool. That helps me know that those exist. But like with these other ones, so here's the generics. These are all the generic ones. So as long as it's using the generic code, that's fine. But my guess is it's actually going to point them over to the renegades. But I don't know if that's a good thing when you have these scripted ones that require, they basically don't know how to move in the world. They require like prompting from the game code to tell them how to move and act and stuff like that. And so anyway, I digress. We'll put them into the world. We'll see what happens. And it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It'll be real good. These guys are just going to...
It's in the same type of, they're definitely directed to the renegade code, because I tried to get them to fight each other and it was like they were all allies.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing is like if maybe, hang on, maybe I can go in here and say,
it's strange because you also, when you sign with one story, he says something about renegades killing renegades. But,
right, and that's what I was trying to, I was trying to recreate that, and that's what I was trying to do with that event. I couldn't get it to trigger because they are the same. Yeah, so it's just like they're all friends. Like, oh, like, come on now. In my opinion, that they just shafted. Like, one of the most important characters in the game gets 20 seconds of screen time.
well, they definitely have all of their, they definitely have a ton of code in here for them. They have lots of dialogue. They have lots of... It's all E3. They got a bunch of E3 things in here too. And that's what I've been looking at is can I restore some of the content from... Because they left it all in here. So they got tons of E3 stuff that they didn't...
They were to be in the E3 trailer. They actually portrayed that was the third. There was 4 choices in total. You could go your bandit side. You could side with the renegades, PK, or the survivors. But they like scrapped the 2 obviously because they're not there anymore. But you can see the remnants of it in the code, which makes me think they might actually end up doing something with it if it's still there.
Well, I also have found plenty of code for guns and horses, so I don't see them in here. So,
yeah, but there was mention of a survival mode type deal.
yeah. So I guess I can tell you guys. I guess I can tell you guys now that we're a day past. So yesterday I was going to release a April Fool's special edition of the mod. That's kind of the original joke. I ended up getting plans and I didn't get a development day kind of thing. But I've had this idea for a while of making a mod called Animal Farm, where I use all of the animal models and turn all of the different zombies and stuff like that into different animals. And so I got all of the... I was hoping they would get deformed, but they didn't. I was hoping for super scary deformed creatures running all over the place, but that's not how it worked out because they don't have any of them like boned properly for that. But essentially I got the horses spawning into the game. So the volatiles were all horses, but the problem is that it looks almost like a statue. It's like a horse statue. It's like a gray horse statue. And it, in the E3 trailer, they showed dead horses in the road, but now they don't have any of those like actual horses in the game. But the game would crash. Like when I tried to do this with the animals, it was like you got like a solid maybe 10 seconds in the game before the game would crash. But I did see all of these horse models floating around in the world, not moving. They would just kind of glide around the map kind of thing. And I was going to release that. I was really hoping that would work out. And I was going to release that yesterday. Just cause, but didn't work out.
Sounded like a good time to me.
Well, it was also one of those things where it's like I'm already spending so many hours trying to just the base game going, like with the mod. I'm sitting there like, I really have time to go make another mod? I don't. You gotta get this done. So they also have the hub. They have kernels that are in the hub. Oh, is that how they use them? No, okay. I saw where they had, it looked like they're using them in the hub. Is there a military base in the game?
Just the stronghold.
Okay, there you go. All right, so that's what those are. Okay. And again, sorry I haven't actually just gone and done the game yet. Sorry I didn't have to ask, but I'm glad you guys are.
That's the trailer, so you should know about that.
Yeah.
They literally go into the stronghold at the trailer.
Got it. Okay. Let's see. Well, this didn't really tell me much. Basically, the thing that's kind of confusing here is that they just to confirm here, because I'm in the bare bones. Come on. So actually, I can search in here, find in files, kernel. Yeah, so they don't actually have any references to these guys in the actual logic trees. And so they're all feeding down to the generics, which, to be honest, I might be able to actually go in here and expand the generic code to where the generic code is done better. So that if I expanded that code, it might make it a little bit, it might just help all of them to where I just, in one fell swoop, just make all of them a little bit better.
Makes sense, because it only seems to be like they're only drawing on two poles, and that's the human AI is either set to Bandit or the Survivor.
Right. So under the human constants, I've already updated it for these individuals. They're all using the same attack patterns. So I think it's under I think actually the only location that they have is actually the profiles. And all of these are like the generic bowman. So like, I might be able to make them better by, I didn't even think about this earlier. So I did some code for the bandit bowmen so that they're smarter, they move around, they actually dodge, all that good stuff. So I might need to go in here and actually find all the generics and also do the generic code. So the generics also move around and that kind of thing. So we're now in pool 7. I was supposed to be working on the volatiles. That's how this goes. All right, so we're getting into the city. So I'm assuming zone 7. Do you have any idea how they're breaking up the city and how these zones or these regions are actually playing out?
Most of the regions have a key resource tower, which determines who takes over the region and if there's what kind of outposts are either on the ground or on the roof.
Got it.
So you'll get more PK in the area if the PK own that area, if you give them the assigned resource pool. So like whenever you give the water tower in the story, they shit all over that in the trailer too.
Sure. Sure.
When you give it to either the survivors or the PK, that's the first resource tower.
Yeah.
You'll see that the events from the PK will actually go up and increase. You'll see them more frequently.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's like a point, I guess. I couldn't find where it was located because I was looking for that too.
That might be down to the story. Well, it's not storyline specific. Did you check the area settings file?
Not as of right now. I haven't had time to go look for it. It was on my list of things that
Yeah.
I'm trying to locate.
It might be in the area. Might be in the area settings. I think that would probably. I think most of those would probably be in the area settings. It will at least reference. It'll tell you where to look. Like it, you just follow. That's what I found is that the area settings is the overarching spawn pool master sheet that then tells you which encounters spawn in this area, which different pools spawn in this area, that kind of thing. Which that better not be the case.
I figured since like it triggers like X amount of these X events, specific events that trigger in that specific area, and they become more frequent whenever that faction takes over that area. I figured if I could just go in and tweak that, like if there's like a frequency dial for all of the events instead of having to manually go in and change each time
Right.
per event, which is a hassle, but you know, whatever, I know how to do it, so
Sure.
get it done. But if there's like an overall control panel, that'd be a lot helpful.
Yeah, it's the area settings. And the thing I was just sitting here going like, that better not be the case, is that the other day I had the idea like, oh, okay, instead of going in here and doing what I'm doing right now, which is super obnoxious, having to go down to each one, instead of doing this, maybe I can go in and replace the pool that it's looking at with my own pool, and then that will spawn into those areas so that instead of going down to every dang one, I can just point it to ones that I create kind of thing.
Right.
The thing that happened though is that it ended up not spawning zombies at all for certain areas. So I was sitting there going like, crap, that doesn't work. But now I had someone report earlier today that there was a audio glitch. I don't know if you saw any of that, but that then led to him sending over, he was getting a crash. I don't know why only he was getting a crash. But then that showed where I left over one of my injected presets or pull presets into this file. So I left some over where I didn't think they actually worked. And so I was trying to use it to determine which pulls actually worked and which ones were left over. And so I missed a couple of pulls that I was injecting, which wasn't a problem because I was now no longer injecting them. They're up at the top of the pull sheet. So it was technically supposedly injecting the ones at the top of the pull sheet, but the problem is that it wasn't. It was actually causing the glitch, which was causing the chemical zones and the metros and all that not to work. So when I cleared those up, it fixed all of those areas, which makes me think maybe originally modifying the area settings didn't work because there were those messed up pulls in the file, so that it was somehow causing it not to, it was just hitting that loop and then it was just maybe not spawning anything. So because the reason I say all this is because at the end of this, before I release 1.0, the goal here is that I would like to be able to make an easy, medium, and hard difficulty of these pools so that it knows which one to do based on their difficulty. And everything I've tried so far is like tedious. So damn tedious.
Pick up breaks like 5 areas.
So it's like now I have to go in here and balance. I mean, this is thousands upon thousands of lines, and so is now I got to go balance percentages not only on this massive sheet but times 3 for every single difficulty. And so I've been like walking up to it very slowly because I'm like, for the love of God. But if I go make copies of these and then I use the area settings to tell it, so maybe in the end you swap out the small area settings file, which is actually not that small. That file is also massive, but it's less massive, lesser of evils here. Potentially, if I could swap that one out instead of this other one, that would be less work. But it essentially comes down to like, it's just you're doing all this just so that hopefully people can also play the game with easy difficulty, which I'm still very, very optimistic about of like, oh yeah, we can make this so if people want to play on easy, the mod will work. But it's just been a lot of hours to try to pull that off.
Would you even want to play the mod if you're playing easy? I mean, the game, like hard mode, is easy.
Well,
I don't get it.
the thought process here is that if I want the thing to be released, and then if I want to leave it alone for as long as possible, if I, as in like have a stable edition that everybody can download and not have problems, because inevitably most of the feedback that you get after a certain point is the mod's too difficult. Can we make it easier? That kind of thing. So if I could tie it to the difficulty levels to where they could actually go to the easy difficulty and the mod actually tuned down to the easy difficulty level, then more people could come play the game with the mod and all the improvements without there being that like threshold. That's the thought.
No, that makes sense, but I get it. I just like, I'm thinking to myself, like, man, I like going to a dark zone at night, being killed 15 times on the way there.
I do too, but it's just a preferences thing. I mean, most of the feedback I get on here now is like, I don't like this many volatiles. I don't like this many of this. So just trying to support that as best as possible.
I think your configuration file doesn't do that. Like, I mean, you've made it very utilizable for people that don't understand, have some kind of basic understanding of how the code works.
Sure. And that's great.
Like, there's tweak the numbers, X and Y, and you're good to go. And
sure.
Set the settings to sale.
The problem with it is that they are basically, there's a lot that I can't put in the config file because it'll cause errors in the system. So there's like just certain things that I can't do. And so because of that, I keep trying to find out what are those like very specific things that I can't do, so that maybe there's some way I can support, another way of doing the injections. There's, a lower tier of that I give more options kind of thing. Otherwise, it's just kind of like it all has to work or it doesn't kind of thing, if that makes sense. Either the injections have to work or people just can't play the mod at an easier difficulty.
Right.
So I just saw where, for some reason, it must have been where I replaced one of the files. I see where the flooded in-game is not right, which is probably why you guys mentioned all the things are dead in the flooded area. Is because
saw that happening. I was like, hey, it's free loot.
Yeah, no, this got messed up, and there's actually another. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Let's go back up to the top. Day pool. Glad these at least spawn, but it sounds like they don't actually work. All you can do is the bolter and suicider. So how does the bolter work if the whole area is flooded? Like how?
Oh, it's the rest.
It what?
It was all dead. They were all dead. The only one that was staying in the water spawn was the what is it? The suicider.
No, I know, but if there's the concept of the bolter flooded area, how is there a bolter flooded area if all it is flooded?
Yeah, let's say it's one of those events that triggers on.
I got you.
I didn't realize it had an extensive spawn pool over there.
No, they only have the suiciders. That's why I was trying to make it anything better.
And I didn't see, whenever I got into the water, was swimming around over there, I didn't actually see any actual bolters spawning over there besides the ones that were dead.
Sure.
And whenever they would die real quick, and then they would just disappear. So I had to like swim around real quick to actually catch them and make sure what was actually spawning over there. The only thing that was staying was the bombers.
Gotcha. So that reminds me, here's another quality of life fix while I'm here. If there's these concept of the knife throwers. Oh man, that sucks. So I guess riddle me this. There's bandits in the vanilla game in Old Villador that have the summoning thing. But what are they? They're not bandit fodder, are they?
No, those are the dukes.
Those are the dukes.
Mm-hmm.
So if those are the dukes, then the only reinforcement data over here that they should be doing when they do their little reinforcement conch is it should be spawning, and that's why, is because I've got the bandit bowman under here. You've been talking about it for a while now, how there's bowmen showing up with the...
Yeah, I went through and manually, each line, I removed them and replaced them with something else. Just to get rid of them.
So if they have...
Speed too much.
Sure. So they have the concept of the Duke one-handed, and it always spawns 3 of them. Let me look here at the default code, because that's been a minute that I did that. Let me pull this up really quick. So if we say R1 Cumin, the area settings for the first game, it summons these guys. And then so that must not be it, because I changed these specifically, or maybe I added it. I think I added it way back where I changed it to the bandit human.
Yeah, I remember when I was actually on here, I think, whenever you were doing that. That's when you put in you were trying to create the survivor bowman.
Yeah, so bandit humans need to be changed to the dukes. These aren't actually bandits anymore because of the switch. So they're no longer doing bandits. They've got them converting into these bandit fodder, which that's not even the one that I just pasted there. They must also... No, because you said it's the dukes. That it's not the... And the dukes only have dukes and summoners, which makes sense. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So they're going to summon more dukes. I hate that... they don't have a bowman, though. They don't have anybody that throws anything, or like...
That's the thing. I was exploring there's a bandit outpost, and right when you get to the central loop, and it's called like the Downtown Thugs, and I could have swore one day I actually saw a bandit bowman, and I was looking for it, and I tried to find it, and I couldn't find it, and it makes me wonder if it was just like they misdirected the code to the renegades or something and just fucked that up. And like,
well, the thing is that they've made it to where you can't add custom values, so you can't change any of them. So I can't change any of them. And even if I gave them, I was trying to think like, oh, maybe if I gave them bows,
then they would use it, but they wouldn't. They have to have the knowledge tree on how to use it. So you couldn't just give them a bow. They pretty much made it impossible for you to change or add knowledge to these guys at this point. Unless under the data presets, there's the concept of the bandit fodder. There's the concept of the bandit low tier. And that's always my favorite part, is that who the hell knows if any of these guys actually freaking work. There's a concept of the scavenger. There is a spearman. So if there's a spearman, is there a bowman? There's not a bowman, so there's not a freaking bowman. But similar to what I was doing with the goon and the biters and all of that, I was basically forcing them to take on the information of another class. That was only through the locomotion, though. There's potentially, if I could figure out how to write it, I could potentially send in a string value from these different ones to force their data, their custom data, to use a different preset. The problem is that what I could do is that in the future, I can't do this now, but in the future, what I could do is I could create the data pool to where it's not split. Bowmen have the same capabilities as regular one-handed. So maybe combine one-handed and bowman logic to where bowmen and one-handeds share the same knowledge tree. So then that way, if you gave them a bow, they would know how to use it. But then also, they've got the logic in there to change weapons for the zombies. Maybe I could hijack their zombie code that tells them to change weapons. Maybe I could put that over on the humans and force them to change weapons at a distance. Which, now I have to look at it. Maybe, a lot of maybes here. Maybe under their throwing code.
I was going to say hijack the Renegade code. Could you take the Renegade Bowman code and then rewrite it for the Bandit, just regular Bandit?
Well, actually, I wouldn't even have to do that. They have the concept of enabling. I don't think you can give them multiple weapons, though. I think that's probably the biggest problem here, is that I don't think any of these AI, except, no, because even the zombies, they are actually making weapons, literally making weapons for the zombies. The only one I can think of is the Screamer. Has the concept of a scream weapon, and then it has the concept of a push weapon. So if you went into the Screamer code and said combat, and then said combat, it's then giving them two different external trees, two different weapon types, and then I'm guessing underneath it, it's then saying... Anyway, I meant to come back to this, but I'm jotting that down. They expand human AI, because basically, if we could expand the human AI to do melee weapons and bow weapons, then they would be way smarter. I mean, they would just be way better if they had bows as well as...
Yeah, running distance running, pull out the bow.
So that way,
and basically, there's also this concept of like vantage points, which the Banshee uses, where they look for openings or they look for opportunities. And I don't know all the different conditions that they're looking for. Actually, I do, but without going into that, you could take some of that code and basically make it to where renegades go and use the knowledge to say, if they see an opportunity to attack, use a bow, and if you don't see an opportunity to attack, rush in and use their one-handed kind of thing, so that you could get some good play on like they use one or the other.
Yeah, that would be a hell of so bad.
The challenge is can you balance it?
Opportunity. And I can tell that the Banshees are already substantial. I was just playing it not too long ago, watching them just slaughter people instead of running around me mindlessly.
Yeah. Hey, thanks HKS. I see your message over here to the side. Thank you for your support, and thanks for sending a message. Okay, I need to get off of here. Get food. 1 second. I can't walk away because I've made all these changes. I have to test, obviously. But one thing I need to do is I need to change. We were talking about this sunlight, escape from sunlight. Let me make sure this is in. That's why I have to check. This is so underneath the volatile, under their general, we say AI. General. Escape from sunlight and prolonged UV behavior. So it's probably going to be the prolonged UV behavior, which is lengthy. Very lengthy. So much that I have to move it so that it's on the recording screen. It's fun. So run away if target is still in light. So it's not looking if it's in light. It's looking if the player is in light. That makes sense with why it jumps out, chases the player, and then jumps back in. And that also makes sense why when you go inside, it takes it a second for it to determine you're inside versus outside, because they've got delay timers. Which is good because you can just shorten the delay time. So if the player is in UV light, they don't come out. 1 second. Let's go down to 1 second and see if that's enough time for them to determine. I don't think that's going to be enough time to determine. I think for this one, this needs to go down to like 0.5. So that way you're getting more of a real-time update of are they inside or are they outside. And then this says, is the player target in UV light? Why is it looking at the player target? Player target, run to position. I wonder if this is why they're running out. Actually, I don't even know. I guess this is for the UV lights on the base, because they're not even spawning this. They're not even spawning these guys in the world during the day. So because of that, is the player target in the UV light? Yes. They're set them as a target. Try to run to that position, target position. So this is the code that's making them run out. So essentially, I think what needs to happen here Because that would make them smarter too, so they're not dumb and they don't keep trying to run into the UV light, which has really bothered me for a while now. You have all these idiots that just kind of repeatedly crash into the UV lights and then die.
Yeah. People use that as a way to farm trophy.
So if we got rid of that, this would say and I'm not sure I entirely. So is player target in the UV light? So it's looking. So here it's saying get my target. Oh. This might actually be the difference between the NPC targets and the player targets. So if the player target is in the UV light versus an NPC target is in the UV light, because it also needs to be able to determine. I mean, that being said, that actually doesn't make a lot of sense, because if they're not spawning these guys into the world, they're only spawning them in during chase. They don't ever go after other NPC characters in the UV light because they don't exist until a chase. And if there's a chase, they're chasing the player. So I wonder if when they stand there, like after they've chased the player, if an NPC wandered into their peripheral, if they would actually attack like a PK or.
Not even, it was like last night I was playing and I let it chase them with the PK towers. And once the PK engaged them, they engaged the PK.
Well, that's with the mod. I mean in vanilla. So I mean like all the way back into vanilla land. If they're only supposed to target the player, because they only have the chase code, so they're only supposed to target the player. So they never actually receive another target. So do they even have the ability in the vanilla land to target anyone else but the player? And that's what I'm saying. I don't know if they do or not, because they should only ever be in the world if the player is there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think they would. Because if the only person that they're supposed to go after who triggers the chase is the player, then I think that they probably wrote it in for them to target other things because they're not even there.
Right.
They don't exist outside of the chase and specific story modes.
Sure. So this next one says turn on a light source. If you turn on a light source, turn to position, which is stupid. We want them to say run to position if there's a light. Maybe, unless that's outside. Maybe we say act. Actually, okay, man. Hope you have a great day. Thanks for hanging out for so long. This was fun.
No problem, man. Like, no, take it easy.
You too, man. Bye. So this is actually, for everybody watching, this is actually the code that is going to take the volatiles and say, all right, if I'm watching the player and they're in the UV light, this is the code I was looking for earlier that says they have to go do one of these things. Keep trying until they actually pull this off. So they're going to look for the target, which should already be set to the player. They're then going to say, can they reach him through melee? Are they in the line of sight? Are they in a radius? And are they at an angle? If any of those are true, go attack the target, which I like. Which, to be honest,
be honest, I really like this line of code. Let's see, let's keep going. So if those aren't true, or to continue onward, they'll then taunt the player, which is scream in this case. They'll then go down, sequence, space in simple direction. It generates a value. It tells them to strafe in a direction, left or right. Gives a correctional speed, act, step, combat, cautious. And then it removes a value, and then they go back to taunt. Huh. So maybe what we'll do here is that they're currently saying like, okay, are they reachable? And they're not reachable. What about spitting? Why wouldn't they just spit at the player? If they see the player and they've determined that the player is out there within reach, they can see them, but it's not within a certain radius, that kind of thing. I guess this would have to be done pretty well to where and let me reply to amplitude. I forgot to do this earlier. All right. So is melee reachable, is in line of sight, and so really it probably shouldn't be radius or angle. Probably what I need to do here, or try to do, is to say memory sequence. This is saying if it's not true, taunt. Maybe right here we say, let's have them spit at the player. Have them spit at the player and then taunt them. They're not just sitting there. Thank you. So if they keeping you outside the boundary, they have line of sight. I think that's the condition that I'm a little nervous about, is condition line of sight. So basically down here, I think it actually needs to go further down. So actually say they strafe left and right. And then they spit. Then they taunt. So then I think the consideration here is that technically they would have to become within line of sight at this point. So I think what I'll need to do is say down here at the end, throw in a sequence, grab this. Let's see, let's say if they're in the line of sight, M value, and I really could just, let's grab M value, where you at? M
values. Oh, it's M invert, and that's why I wanted to copy it. All right. So if they're in line of sight, forget the angle stuff. So after this, so it goes down here and it says, in a memory sequence, are each one of these things true? If they are true, go try to attack them. If it gets down to this point and it says at least this is true, spit at them and then taunt them. Let's see if that works. And then also this will allow us to test this prolonged behavior to determine if updating the delta time on this will help with the ability for them to detect, oh shit, I've stepped out into the light. And then after this, I'm going to take a break, get away from the screen for a little bit. These in. Launch. Lots of file updates at this point. Let's see how this goes. So for this, I probably need to go straight to daytime. And then I also need to run around the city for a little bit to determine if we corrected some of these spawn issues. Guess not. Did he just fall to his death? Where did he go? Oh yeah, no, he fell to his death. Okay, well, I guess there's the first indicator. Okay, I just heard one. Moving down there. PK still spawning in pretty strong, which is actually based on their 100% spawn code. So I forgot to change that. So he went. Where's that car? And I guess he fell to his death. Yeah. So I think it's pretty safe to say that messing with that, it's really hard to tell. I mean, I've definitely seen some issues before. Here we got a spitter, who I guess he was also supposed to be in the day. He's been activated. He's stumbling around because he's been activated to do that during the day because of his move code. Technically, I'm okay with that just because these guys should technically be it's edge glitches though. Okay. I think it's safe to say we didn't get rid of the oof, big boy. So is he able to move correctly? There we go. Yeah, he is. And that's everything right there. He'll clear the room for me before anybody does. All right. No volatiles in there. Maybe over here. Because they may have already run out of this place and gone off to murder themselves down on the road. So you probably find a bunch of dead ones out on the roads. Here's our little banshee. She's inside. She's activating appropriately, I think. And I think that's the thing is I think her code needs to be updated to where she understands what to do when you're this close in proximity. Because basically all her code says get away. Like I need to flee the area kind of thing. Which I don't think is basically I think I need to write her code to where it says if people are within a certain radius, then she uses. Oh, is that a third one? And then I thought I got rid of the virals inside, but that didn't take. In line of sight. He's attacking. He ran back. I think the big consideration is that possibly he's having trouble high up kind of thing. And I'm going to try to figure out the code for getting them able to move these guys out of the way. So he's run outside. He then runs back inside. So he's about at the same place that he was. So here's his investigation code. So that's been updated well to where he heard a noise, he investigated. He's coming after the player. He did that, but the problem is that he's going outside, which actually could be the prolonged UV is not what I want. It probably is the sunlight reaction. So the sunlight reaction probably needs to change. And then with the spawn code, I'm going to finish up some things really quick, and then I am going to take a break. This here. These. So the reason we're getting so many of these right now is that these are getting spawned in always. This is the day exterior. And based on what I was just seeing, if that's true, this might actually be the overwhelming standard. So like the default one. Oh, and I guess we didn't get to the end, so we didn't actually balance that last one out. So let's go up here really quick. Grab this. So the ending needs to have some diversity for now. I need to figure out the best balance for the ending there. Let's diversify for now. And then up here at the top, I'm assuming, we have these, which led me to see that this is the day exterior generic code. So this needs to probably change to just infected. And that's the rooftops. So if we go in here and do something like that, let's go find out how much of an effect that has on the system. And then also while I'm here, let's go and say, do we want the volatiles to come down at night? So we have the prolonged, and then we need the escape from sunlight. So if we go in here and say start body state is in sunlight, UV progress, duration maybe needs to be increased. Find position, retreat, on to start position. So let's go look at their profile maybe. So under their profile base, go in here and say retreat, nothing. Sun, nothing. Ooh, I like that one. We were just having a conversation earlier about them having multiple weapons. What is the deal with that? Let's see here. Close. Who all has weapon sets? So their base characters have the concept of weapon sets, and they have the ability to change them, which is what allows them to throw their weapons. Under the weapon set probabilities, So essentially, if they're receiving weapons right here, this is why that's exciting. So I guess because they're all generics, they're all renegades, they have fallback code. There's a chance here that it might be pretty easy to expand the knowledge base of the different AI systems because they already have the concept of switching weapons. And they're using the same AI system kind of shared across multiple. So I'm going to think about this. I'm going to think about it. I need to take a break, step away for a little bit. But I think I may have just found something. I need to also test to see if I fixed these spawns. Currently, they get a sunlight retreat. I think the problem is something is, well, okay, basically they're always running at the player. That's what we want them to do. They're detecting if they're in the sunlight. They're in a dark zone. Oh, I see. So that makes them run towards the dark zones because is night ending. Yeah. So then we say, which I wonder if this condition plays during the entire day. So it might be easier to just make different judgments based on day or night. Like, for example, how cool would it be if Bowman would, if night happened, Bowman would retreat to the rooftops so that they immediately would have the high ground kind of thing. Let's see here. But to focus on this, they're currently running towards the player regardless because that's what we're having them do. They're currently running to their starting position. They're getting their starting position and then they're running back to it. I think that's one of the things that I hate so much about them right now is that they're just running back to the same location. But hang on, let's see. So we say here, find position. It's saying if they can't find a sunset or they can't find a sunlight retreat position, fall back to their starting position. Down here we're saying if they can't find, so if we can't find a starting position, retreat to this other position. Fail if destination unreachable. Max distance, stop at destination. And then we have this other one that says destination, AI starting position. Sunlight escaped. So let's go find this. Let's go find this amount of time. It's probably in the death UV. Let's see where this is real quick. So in the volatile init, which is under the volatile init is under the volatile params. There's the volatile init. Any target noticed. Interesting. Last hit reaction time. UV reaction initial, running away from light. Here it is, sunlight escape time. And that's currently being set to 99. So what if we go in here and we say 10? Let's see how that affects the scale. Let's do some testing really quick. And then I'm going to take a break here. Yeah, so I think for the Banshee, I think what I need to do is I need to write some basic code that says if they're within a certain radius, do the dive attack. And that way, if you step into a room with one, it will cause that character to attack really quickly and then flee. I think that's probably. Oof. That didn't work. Got zombies. Zombies. PK and a Banshee. PK Archer shooting at the Banshee as expected. That's good. Got a Commander over here. He was kind of chilling here with another zombie. Oh, hey. They're actually all hunting her down. I really like that. So these guys are actively scouting now, which is the code I wrote in there before. And they were kind of acting weird with it. Oof. They're actually doing it now. $500. Oof. Yeah. 500 arrows later. So they also have grouping code on them now, so that as you're going through the environment, they should. Ooh, he just shot his buddy. They should determine if they are in the same zone as other ones, and so they should try to group together. Looks like our Banshees have definitely somehow gotten increased here. So we need to drop our Banshee code down. Definitely way too many Banshees. Yeah, because once you get up close to them, they just basically don't know what to do. Shit, man. Banshees everywhere. Okay. So potentially ended up with the Banshees messing up. It's not how it was a second ago, but I'm guessing I've now fixed some problems, which has caused a new one. Because now we have Banshees hunting in everywhere. All right, yeah, this is just a density thing because they're set at like 25%, I think. That was supposed to be based on. That was supposed to be based on something else before, so. But the good news is I don't see any volatiles yet. But maybe that's because oh shit. Maybe I just haven't been looking. So here's our knife throwers. Definitely hyper focused. Let's see if I can go find an interior. Need to go back to that downtown area. I'm trying to remember if any of these building spaces would even have. So what do they do with this guy? All right. The bowmen seem to be a lot more intelligent. There we have some renegades coming up. So we do have some diversity in characters. Oof. Okay. Shit. All right. Well. Oh, well, we do have daytime volatiles. Follow him. He found a daytime interior. The question is, can he get to it? Yeah. Yeah, he got to it. And he woke everybody up. So that's about right. So here he is again. That's his movement code. So his movement code, and that's mainly my fault, because it's his night movement code that's now bringing him out of the building. So his night movement code is now saying, go explore. I guess what I need to do is I need to write a resting code for him, which says if I'm resting, where's he now? Guess maybe he killed himself in somewhere. So I guess what I need to do for him, if I'm going to spawn volatiles during the day, is go in here and say, okay, I'm resting. It's night, or it's daytime. Don't behave a certain way in the day. Which will take more time, but okay. I think I'm going to call it for a little bit and go food for thought this thing and get some food, literal food, and look at this a little bit later. I think the big thing here is I'm going to need to, as the game kind of, or as the mod gets more complex, it's one of those deals where the conditions just get more complex with the AI. What is that? Oh, it's a goon. So the more complex the mod gets, the more behavioral AI needs to get written, and one of those things is writing new loot for these different guys as well. Because right now, okay, so maybe what's happening is So then they're now getting sent. So is he all consumed with me kind of thing? It's like, is he even paying attention to me? Or is he just moving? Like I said, I think if I can write the code that says it's daytime, don't move,
What if I go in here? But he's not. He's not actually dangerous right now. He's just basically running, which at least before he was dangerous. So something with what I've done, he's no longer seeing the target. So I think some of what I've done is actually pulled him the other way to where they're no longer seeing their target at all. Interesting. Okay, so they're essentially bolters now. So I'll have to dial back some of that code. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. This is again, my name is Jason, and I'm the creator of I Am Legion for Dying Light. This has been a very long session where I've been crawling through the code. I think I've made a lot of interesting discoveries, what I've been going through, some cool new features that are being added during this video. Please take the time to join the Discord community. Reach out if you're interested in modding, that kind of thing. I look forward to hearing from you guys and talking about some of the upcoming changes. All right, guys, thank you so much, and talk here in a little bit.